chat. Hello. Welcome. Where do I mean, you're supposed to submit a while. Come on. Come on. I don't know. I think, I mean, you know, I got a lot. I probably won't get to you if you submit today, but maybe for the next one. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. How's everyone doing? See, this video is good/bad because of the way it is. Yep, that's what I'm gonna say. That's all the feedback I'll give. This video good. This video bad. How's everyone doing today? When did I last stream? It's been a while. When did I last stream? Was it New Year's? Have I not streamed in 2021? Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, everyone. I hear we have a coup going on in Pennsylvania. So that's good. Big elections in Atlanta. If you live in Georgia, please, I mean, I hope you already voted, but vote. Went and got coffee with the cute girl. That's my day. Nice. Nice. Big confirmation tomorrow. You know, I mean, it's a perfect time for a stream, right? Right in the center of will our democracy hold up? Let me tell you if your video is good or not. You know? Not a cool. Sorry. Get rid of the L. I mean, technically also the second O and replace it with a U and a P. But yeah, finally tried Ori. Don't regret a thing because I'm liking it a lot. Yeah, it's great. Ori's great. Which Ori? Which Ori? First Ori or second Ori? Both good. Are you qualified to judge our videos? I mean, literally anyone is qualified to judge anyone's video. My feedback is not inherently more valuable. I think I have a perspective that not everyone has. And I have an idea of what does well and what doesn't in the YouTube space, but, you know, is what it is. Had a very cursed week that led into a very not good weekend, but started therapy again, which is reassuring. Also blessed on Twitter with some quality cringe content last night. Well, I'm sorry that it's been tough, Mac, but also glad to hear you started therapy again. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Everyone should do therapy no matter, you know, how things are going. But obviously, especially if you're struggling, you should do therapy. Therapy's good for you. Straight up, everyone should go to therapy. That is tough. The expensive. But aren't you, I might be wrong, aren't you you're in college, Chariot? I might be wrong. I don't remember everyone's specific life. I guess I don't know. I have no idea. Well, most colleges have something. It's not necessarily super comprehensive or long lasting, but I would check in. I would check in with your college services. Started playing Will the Wisp, and I can see they have taken a certain amount of inspiration from Hollow Knight. See, I've heard people that work on Ori say that it has not taken any inspiration from Hollow Knight. What was the whole thing? Ori game director, was it? Talks about Hollow Knight. Someone who worked on Ori. Daniel Smith. Is that it? No, maybe not. I should actually, before saying anything, I should read articles and tell you. I heard somebody very specifically say that they didn't. See, Daniel Smith looks like he did. So I don't know. It seems like different people on the team have said different things. Also, it could have just been people on Twitter making stuff up. Yeah, they're very different. It's just that Ori 2 has more combat. Here it is. Thomas Mahler. Somebody said, they definitely took some ideas from Hollow Knight, which makes sense as Hollow Knight became a legendary Metroidvania that is thought as one of the best in its genre, while the first Ori kind of came and went despite its higher production value, which I disagree. I mean, don't get me wrong. Oh God. Don't get me wrong. I think Hollow Knight had a bigger impact than Ori and the Blind Forest. But to say it just came and went is kind of a... Sorry, chat. You're moving fast, and I'm paying attention to this drama. Thomas Mahler, game director at Moon Studios. Really now, Ori and the Blind Forest still has higher sales number than Hollow Knight. Ooh, that's interesting, even though that game shipped on all platforms. Interesting. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my statement I just made... I mean, I think Hollow Knight is held in higher reverie as a masterpiece than Blind Forest. But he also, let's see. I know he said oh, thanks for the hydrate. I know he said something like he doesn't like Hollow Knight. So I don't know, people always say Ori and the Will of the Wisp is like Hollow Knight. But like the game director says that it's not. And maybe, you know, I don't know. It's just a Metroidvania. It's just that they added combat. I don't think the combat in Ori feels anything like the combat in Hollow Knight. It's just that they decided to go with combat instead of what their first game did. That one dark section in Ori 2 really reminds me of the creepy bug section in Hollow Knight. But didn't they have a dark section in Ori 1? But yeah, I mean, I feel you. Well, the first Ori released before Hollow Knight, but not Will of the Wisp. And Will of the Wisp has combat, and the first Ori does not have combat. I wasn't super impressed with Ori 1, but I thought Ori 2... Yeah, I think you'd like Ori 2 more than Ori 1. I think Ori 2 is just a better game. Ori got released, which boosts re-release. What does that mean? How did it get re-released? Underrated Metroidvania came out the same time as Baba Is You. Environmental say, okay, I'll look into it. Blind Forest is like baby's first Metroid. True. True. What do you guys think of Dragon's Dogma story? I don't really remember the full story. The two Metroids are so different. The two Oris are so different. I think the high difficulty in Hollow Knight is a big deterrent for people. I loved it though. Is Hollow Knight hard? I didn't notice. Glad to see they kept the amazing platforming, like the most fun I have had in games. I'm not supposed to get my current power-ups. Did you go to university, and if so, which class was the most productive for you? I did. I went to university. What class was the most productive for me? I mean, I think so I took like a short story writing class, which really I think cemented that I wanted to major in English, which then led to me taking a lot of English classes, which then led me to getting a somewhat useless degree that I have somehow turned into a career. I write essays for a living now. I do what I did in college for a living now. And I don't even need to talk about Henry James. Hey, Pancake. I took an ultimate frisbee class. That was pretty rad. I learned how to be a champion. I had the best, I don't think he was a professor, but the best teacher for it. It was an 8 a.m. It was like 8 a.m. on Tuesdays, I think. Tuesdays and Thursdays, maybe. And I was in it with my buddy, my roommate, or housemate. And I'd have to wake him up every morning. The first class we have, our teacher has like a, he comes in, he's like, you know, this guy, 50s, mid 50s, maybe mid 40s, looked older, a little round, you know, doesn't look like the most athletic, looks like the kind of guy that used to be really athletic, you know what I mean? A little short, and he comes wearing around his neck a gold medal. Comes wearing a gold medal. And he just walks by us. He tells us all to line up. He holds up the gold medal. He's like, do you know what this means? We all just like look at him. He pauses, takes a few steps. This means I'm a champion. And then he goes on to talk about how like his team won the what won the like he did. This means I'm a champion. He goes on to talk about how he won like the 45 plus ultimate frisbee league of Minneapolis, you know. and he had a lot of pride in it. I will say dude had a sick fucking backhand. Like he was good. He could flick it. He was solid. But it was the funniest shit. He just took himself so seriously. And maybe it was like a meme. You know what I mean? Like maybe he was like, I'm going to be this character. I'm going to play it up. Right? Because it's funnier this way. Yeah, I love Ultimate. I'm a huge fan of Ultimate. But like, it was, I don't know. I think it was all sincere. I like to play pretty Ultimate in a park. Not at least one person bleeds is not Ultimate enough. Frisbee's fun. Competitive is a whole new league. Yeah, I did like rec. Like I was in a rec league in college, which was fun. I was pretty decent. I was that really annoying person that would use their like feet and legs. Pancake, are you watching this on 720? Sometimes stuff, yeah, messes up. I get that watching a lot of streams, so who knows? This is just like a Zelda playlist. Anyway, chat, we should move into the main event. 160p because university Wi-Fi sucks. Fair. Okay, chat. So today we are going to be watching videos that people have sent in. And I'm going to be giving some feedback on it. We'll be having some conversations if people are here and, you know, working through some things they could do and whatnot. For also what it's worth, people might not be here who have submitted videos, and that's okay. But you know, I'm making a VOD. I guess, you know, who knows if you'll, whatever. If you're here now but can't be here the whole time, there will be a VOD on Twitch, but I'm also going to upload something to YouTube. Not my, I don't know where on YouTube. Maybe my second channel as an unlisted thing, and I'll post it on Twitter and my Discord or something. I don't fully know, but I'll have that VOD uploaded, and I'll try to make sections in it so you can see your name and just go to that, you know, so you don't have to watch. I should make a command for my second channel. It's linked to, it's like on the sidebar of my main channel. Steve's got me. What a good mod Steven is. There's only one video on there right now. So yeah, we'll probably put this on there, probably do it unlisted, and yeah. Or I don't know. We'll figure it out. So yeah, this will be the feedback stream. A few ground rules. First off, you know, the first rule is in chat, don't be a dick. It's already the rule all the time. We're going to be watching people who are being vulnerable. They're sending their videos in. Some of them may have been making videos for a while, so their quality might be quite high. Some might be making their first video essay and will need some work, and that's okay too. But yeah, let's not be mean to people. the sort of, yeah, we're not going to be mean to people. We're not supposed to be dicks. You can be dicks towards me, you know. So yeah, don't make fun of people's contents. Don't say mean things. You will be timed out or even banned by our wonderful mods, Wizawat, and I know Mitch is coming, Heavy Eyed is coming at some point. So yeah, I don't really expect you all to be dicks. I really don't expect it, but you know, let's not like ruin anyone's day. Another thing is as far, sorry, Macy's shit. And the best mod is here to ban you too, Macy. Oh fuck. Anyway. Yeah, don't be a dick. Also, I'd say like, consider if the person's in chat, maybe they'd be cool with you giving them feedback as well, chat, and chiming in some things that you feel as viewer. But also, we don't want to overwhelm people, right? We don't want to overwhelm people with feedback. If you think about back in the day when you were in high school and you turned in a paper, it was a lot easier to kind of respond to that feedback and improve your writing when there was like, you know, 5 marks with blue pen being like, hey, consider these things, consider changing some of these things. And then the next paper you get, there's still 5 marks in blue pen, and there are different things that they could have marked in the last one, but they didn't because they want you to focus on certain things at a time. But when you got like a paperback with like 100 marks in red pen, it was just like, you know, Mrs. Jorgensen, I need to address all of this. You know, it feels bad. It's harder to want to focus on anything. So like, you know, Dr. Bane, you're weird. You got to get the context of what I'm saying, weirdo. It's the opposite of that. Anyway, so I'm not saying you can't chime in at all if you feel like you have something very important to say that you think could genuinely help them. But also, you know, we don't want to overwhelm people. And yeah. That all makes sense? We got the ground rules. Nope, just started. That all makes sense? No, I figured as much. So yeah, I have gotten, and I see a few have rolled in. Hopefully they're all legitimate. I haven't read over every single one, so we'll see how it goes. What we're gonna do is I have a random number generator up. Of a random number from 1 to 45 now. And whatever number gets rolled, that is the video we will watch and give feedback for. I will not be watching these videos all the way through. There are, first off, I do not think I will get through these 45 videos in this stream. If I were to do that, it'd be like 3 minutes per video. You know what I mean? I probably do. I will not get through all these in this stream, is the first thing. So we'll have to do more of these if people like it. And if people don't like it, then, you know, we might still have to do more of these, and who cares? So we will see how that goes. Yeah, I will not be watching videos all the way through because some of them are like 50 minutes long. And we just don't have time for that full thing of doing that. Does that make sense? Does that all make sense? Do we have any questions about that? Okay. So yeah, I guess let's like start. You wanna just start? All right, chat. 39 is our first video. Does this work? Tim Bo Bennett. All right. Can you read all this fine enough? Play DMC too. Maybe. Looks good. All right, cool. Tim Bo Bennett. Here's his video. So I asked everyone what they like most and what they wish could change. Tim, if you're here, let it be known. If not, you know, rough start. But anyway, so I asked him what he liked most. He said, I think the info and facts I give are useful to those in the jazz niche. Anyway, ooh, a jazz video. And I think the quality of the video isn't bad. What are you uncertain about? Mostly it's about the story I'm telling. I worry about the narrative I build. If the narrative I build makes sense, I'm not sure about the tone or pacing. Sometimes I think it's too scripted. Sometimes I think it's not scripted enough. I also struggle with trying to make it relatable to both jazz musicians and more casual fans of jazz. We're starting with jazz immediately, and I'm here. I'm here for it. All right, so we're gonna watch Bo's video. Bo, first off, I fucking love the dude. The shirt, amazing. The mustache, amazing. I fucking love this. Can I get this shirt? God damn, it's so good.
So this song is...
And the you already got like, you're already 3 for 3 here. All right, we're gonna put closed captioning on. Should I do auto-generated closed? What do you think? Do you need closed captioning, chat? Or not? What do you think? I'm gonna try not to. I guess it's not a game. I'm gonna say, okay, I'm deaf, so please. There isn't like, it is the auto-generated closed captioning, so it might not be as good. What the fuck? That's the wrong thing. Got it. Can you? Chat, did you know I'm a professional streamer? I'm a no. Okay. How do I send a vid? I posted a thing on Twitter. Okay. Why Lady Bird is a better jazz song than you think. Am I gonna get claimed for this? All right.
It's arguably about an insect or a bird or... So this song is arguably about an insect or a bird or possibly a human, but there's no argument that Lady Bird is an incredible jazz standard, like super hip, and people need to play it way more often. That means you, YouTube viewer person, so
me,
go learn it, unless you don't play an instrument, in which case just put a CD on.
Is this Lady Bird? Because this does bop. All right, so far what I can say is this is really cool. Is this, I mean, he's not here, but I assume this is him playing. Bust out the omnichord and play it. That's such a cool transition to have the music you're playing, and then, yeah, that's good. Yeah, this is good.
The composer of Lady Bird, Tadd Dameron, has been kind of forgotten over the last 50 years, but in the middle of the 20th century, he was one of the most important arrangers and composers in jazz. Dameron was a friend of Charlie Parker. He had players like Sonny Rollins, Fats Navarro, Clifford Brown, and Miles Davis in his band. He was roommates with Philly Joe Jones and arranged for big bands led by Count Basie, Artie Shaw, Dizzy Gillespie, and more. So he had some pretty heavy hangs.
I'd say, yeah, the editing's solid. I think, and maybe this is just a personal gripe and how I would do it. This is such I feel like I have to like immediately nitpick because this is quite seems quite established. I like the writing, research, and the format so far. I mean, we're a minute in. I'd say, and maybe people disagree.
Bands led by Count Basie.
When you do a edit like that where you have something come in from any side of the screen, whether it be the left side, top, or anything, I personally am a fan of the blur. I think you want to blur what's coming in, because that's not always true. I think maybe if you're going for like a slideshow aesthetic, it's a little but yeah, I think you maybe get a little bit of blur on it coming in, and then you do the ease transition. You do the ease in, ease out stuff on there. I'd say experiment with that. It's still good, but just to make it feel a little smoother is what I would do.
Or Dizzy Gillespie and more. So he had some pretty heavy hangs. Dameron wrote Lady Bird back in 1939, but he didn't record and release it until 1948. But for the rest of the bebop era, it was a regular on bandstands right across the country, and probably the world, I guess. Lady Bird is still Dameron's most popular tune in jazz circles, but it's not quite as common as it was in the 50s and 60s, which is unfortunate actually, because it's got a really cool set of changes that everyone should learn. So let's talk about that. Actually, no, we're not going to talk about that yet. First, let's talk about the title. As an Australian living in North America, I found that when you say Lady Bird, people think of different things. So in Australia, and I assume New Zealand and parts of Europe, this is what we would think of when you say ladybird, also known as a ladybug or a lady beetle, like the rhyme that you say in primary school.
Ladybird, ladybird, fly away home. Your house is on fire and your children will
Is that Mitch, is that an actual, is that a fucking children's rhyme? Is that real? That's amazing. By the way, quick question, we only reviewing video essays? No. Well, there are some people that put stuff that are not video essays. That's great. That's a great thing that exists.
Every time I've mentioned Ladybird, something like this has come up in people's minds. You don't need these to be a lady. Birdo can be whatever she wants. But just for reference, Australians do sometimes use the term ladybug or lady beetle along with ladybird. We tend to flip-flop. Of course, we call flip-flops thongs. Now, I'm not sure that there is a quote-unquote definitive version of Lady Bird that exists in the jazz canon. I could be wrong about that. If you think I am, please leave a comment below. But there are a couple of recordings that are definitely worth checking out. The composer Tad Dameron recorded the song in 1948 with his own band.
Hey, by the way, SG Meister, they might be distracting for you, but somebody... I mean, I don't fully know everything to it, but some people might need them who aren't you, who might have a harder time hearing things. So I will use this as a point of feedback. Sorry, what's the name? Timbo Bennett. Put on closed captionings. Add your own captionings. Don't let the YouTube auto-generate thing. You probably have most of your stuff written in a script in some capacity. I know you do kind of have the talking to the camera sort of thing, and some of it probably is improv. But, it's still a 7-minute video. It shouldn't be that impossible or difficult to transcribe it, especially as you say things. And, like, what doesn't take a ton of time can help so many people. You'd be surprised on how many people end up using closed captioning. So I'll say, yeah, I'm going to leave it on. But yeah, obviously these work less well. It's a small nitpick, but you have a good video so far. But yeah, if you have a script, you can just drop it in there. And my guess is you probably have something you're working from. But anyway.
Band which featured Fats Navarro. Now, it's often found online or on various CD re-releases under Fats Navarro's name as opposed to Tad Dameron's, but that's just because Fats had more clout. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers did a live version of the song at the Cafe Bohemia. The recording quality is not great and the piano's really out of tune, but it's a really good performance. At the end of the song, they also play the theme for Half Nelson, which is a Miles Davis composition that was based on the chords to Lady Bird. Essentially a contrafact. It's not exact though. Both Tad Dameron's original recording and Art Blakey's version feature the shout chorus for Lady Bird. That's not that common in small ensemble jazz songs, but because Tad Dameron came out of a big band arranging and compositional background, it makes a lot of sense that he'd want to do it in his own songs as well. And now a quick note, the Nancy Sinatra song of the same name has no relationship to the Tad Dameron song or to jazz at all. That's despite Nancy Sinatra's connection to the genre through her own music as well as that of her father's. Speaking of connections, let's look at the chords of Lady Bird.
We love a transition. We love a stretch transition.
The harmony of Lady Bird is pretty interesting, and I guess you could argue sort of historically significant because it brings in a lot of the bebop harmonic vocabulary into one place. Now this isn't a theory lesson, so I'm not going to go super deep on this, and I'm going to simplify a lot, but please feel free to go deep in the comments if you'd like. Now Lady Bird is in C major, which is just all the white keys of the piano. But what Dameron does is, on a couple of occasions throughout the form, he takes chords that are outside of the harmony of C major, and that makes the whole thing sound a bit more interesting and exotic, I guess. The simplest way to explain it, I think, is that while the song is in C major, every couple of bars, Dameron moves back and forth between C major and C minor. The technical term for this is borrowing chords from the minor key. However, the most important...
I was about to give a critique, but I think it's about to come up, so we'll see.
Important chords in Lady Bird come in the last two bars with the Lady Bird, or the Tad Dameron, turnaround. A typical jazz turnaround is a 1, 6, 2, 5 turnaround, and that's a C, A minor, D minor, and G7 in the key of C. And then that typically pulls back to the C major at the very top of the form. In Lady Bird, Dameron does something a little different, and stay with me, we're almost done here. Instead of a 1, 6, 2, 5 turnaround, he goes 1, flat 3, flat 6, flat 2, all major 7th chords typically, and then that pulls down a semitone to the 1 again, the C major 7 at the top of the form. There are two ways that I think of this. The main one...
Yeah, so I mean, this might just be a small critique. I mean, I don't know. He probably knows better of when to put that sort of example in. But there was like a spot, like I swear around 4-ish minutes where it's like, oh, I could really use an example. Hearing it. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, you give chat. You hear? Chat? Hello? Hello? Am I back? That fucking sucks. My chat's no longer in dark mode. My screens went black. And then it died. Anyway, I was just saying I was hoping he'd give an example, and then he did. So we're good. Well, I'm gonna have to edit this shit now. This is a bad start. I don't know what the fuck happened. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. All right. I don't know what the deal is with my shit. It's not like normal. My shit's not normal, chat. My chat's no longer in dark mode. What the fuck? All right. All right, we'll just continue. Just continue with it.
Chords, with the exception of the 1, is a tritone substitution of the 1-6-2-5. And a tritone substitution is another very common thing that jazz musicians do to reharmonize a piece of music. I also hear it as another case of Tad Dameron borrowing chords from the C minor, because the flat 6 and the flat 3 both exist in C minor, and then the flat 2 acts as a kind of passing chord back to the 1. I guess if this video has a point at all, it's that Lady Bird is harmonically a pretty important song from a historical perspective, but it's also just a really great tune to listen to. Dameron wrote a melody that weaves through these kind of complex changes in a really nice, natural way. So whether you're playing the song or whether you're just checking it out to listen to, there is so much to be pulled out of the song and the performances that are Lady Bird. So if you do have a couple of minutes, please check out some of the links in the description, where I will list the various recordings that I've mentioned and a couple of others that all exist on YouTube for free. Thank you for watching.
All right, yeah, this is a really solid video. Let's look at Tim's channel. Thumbnails could use work for sure. Thumbnails could use work for sure. Like, you know, it's all about who you're trying to appeal to. Because I think what you can see from, I mean, from what a lot of people are saying in chat, and from what I feel too, like, I'm a pretty mild jazz fan. You know what I mean? I played jazz in high school, and I like jazz, so I'm pretty mild. But like, it's like, are you trying to appeal to people who are strict jazz fans, or are you trying to appeal to, both jazz fans and also newbies like a lot of us who don't know all that much about much? So I feel like you wanna, like, why am I gonna click on this? You know what I mean? If I see this thumbnail, why am I going to click a ladybug and says stop sleeping on it? So I think, at least at where you're at right now, maybe make it more clear that there's music tied to it and have thumbnails specifically mention music in some way. The most underrated jazz classic or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and obviously it's playing the game, and playing the game can be gross and annoying sometimes. But just think about, like, who you're advertising it to. And think about, like, people might read the the title, but like, the entry point for everyone, what they see, and the first thing that like really comes to mind is just the thumbnail itself. And maybe they'll read the title, but they'll definitely see that. Like, no one's reading the title and not looking at the thumbnail, but a lot of people are looking at the thumbnail and not reading the title. So make sure that, like, whatever you're talking about can very easily be determined by this. And then, there's certainly a lot of having various gradients and doing hues that I would just look up, like, I would just look up on YouTube, like, how to make a good thumbnail, and you'll probably get lots of information about gradients and using drop shadows and having a nice little vignette around the edge, just to give some more depth to it. Yeah. I don't know. I think my main critique about, what did you say again? Mostly it's just, I think your storytelling was good. I think the narrative of it made sense. I think you are clearly someone who's, like, very passionate and knows a lot about jazz, and just wants to, like, tell people about it and find a way to tell them it, that's interesting to them, even though they don't know much. I would say, I imagine you have taken some inspiration from Adam Neely, which makes sense, as he's, like, kind of pioneered this genre. I would say what what I would have liked to see is more musical examples from you. And I don't know if I can play Lady Bird on stream. Fuck it. Is this it? Is this it? No, it's not the Nancy Sinatra one. I've learned that. What was his name again? What was the guy's name? You have links in here, don't you? Tad Dameron. Yeah, I think because I have no idea what the song sounds like, right? This is a slept on song that people aren't talking about enough or doing enough with. Right? I understand probably your worry about getting copyright claimed. Although, I mean, like, here's the thing. You probably won't get a strike. The worst thing that'll happen is you get it claimed. Your channel's not monetized at this point, right? Like you're almost assuredly not going to get a copyright strike for that. So, and you can make the fair use argument for sure on it. So I don't know if you had a channel of Adam Neely's size, right? I can see why he's probably very cautious about playing anything. Or, once you get to a point where your livelihood is dependent on not getting copyright claimed, I get that. But I would say, especially, you're kind of in this unique position where you can get away with some of the stuff that other people can't. So I think having more of the song, and I don't really know if this is like backing track is you playing it, or just a different song. But yeah, I would say play some of the song. Then he'll get striked. You won't get striked for it. He would not get striked for it. For playing a jazz song, no. It has happened to other channels. Their old video got claimed. But they'll get claimed. But getting claimed isn't the end of the world. I don't know. I mean, you don't need to take this advice. People in chat who, have different worries and thoughts. Claims aren't that big of a deal. Claims will happen. And I also think that if you are worried so much about, videos you're making when you're just starting off, negatively affecting your channel once you're big, that might be the wrong mindset to be in. You know what I'm saying? That just might be the wrong mindset to be in. What's a claim? Companies, if you play your stuff, if you play music from something, they can claim it and take your AdSense. I mean, it's I'm not saying play the whole song, but you could play a 10-second clip that would get claimed, but almost certainly wouldn't get a strike. You could also strategically put it in a way that, if need be, you can use the YouTube editor, which is pretty shit. You can use the YouTube editor to cut that part out if need be. I don't know. It's just like a little teaser. But even if you're not playing the actual song, I would say doing more of the examples on the piano, so I can kind of hear what's special about it and what the song kind of sounds like in general, so that I might be like, oh, I shouldn't sleep on this classic. So even if you're not going to play the original recording, doing that, and you might get a copyright claim for covers. I've seen that happen to people, but it is what it is. I lose revenue for that one video. It's a lot worse for your growth to lose ads sensitivity. But yeah, I mean, I would say if you don't feel comfortable putting the actual song, that's fine. but put more examples in it so I can have an idea of, you know, all the special things that the music does. Here's a link to the video if you'd like to. Oh, Infinity Mirror got it. Thank you. Yeah, that's a really solid video. I would say moving forward, like, work on the thumbnail game. I think you have a solid title here. I think your presentation's good. My advice, and I'll probably give this advice a bunch of times, like, just every video, look up one new editing technique and add it into what you do, so you can just build your arsenal for that. Yeah, a really good point from WizWhat is great on camera. You are very natural. You do not seem awkward at all. You have a very solid presence. And yeah, I don't know. This was a very good video. I'm excited. I'm excited for more. I think you got a good thing going here. But yeah. Cool. I wish I had more, but here's the other issue is I don't know a ton about jazz. But I think your worries about the way it's written and the narrative that you build, I think that's something you'll just get more comfortable with over time. Like in feeling some sort of pride in how you present things. But I don't know. I think the way you went about it and the way you tied in, like, you know, the Ladybird poem and just the different conceptions of what it means by Ladybird, and then moving into the music theory of it was good. I think you did a good job. Yeah, that was really solid. Very good. All right, deleted. Goodbye. All right, random number generator. We have 47 now. Next up, hopefully we don't keep getting shit. Next up is 31. Who we got at 31? I'm Toxina. Toxina, I'm a fan of so what you like most, fan of the voiceover, narrator, character, mixed with whatever said in the moment. Not much exciting things happening, as well as my voice accent and monotony at times. So you like the voiceover, but you don't like the voice? Or you don't like your voice? Is that what? Are you here? Oh, you're here? Okay. Toxina, can you elaborate on that? It was the number I said before, so it means it'll be good. Bit insecure, weird about my voice, can sound monotonous at times. Okay. All right. Let's go. Minecraft hardest map. So what kind of content is this? Is this like a let's play?
16.
Dr. Noobs, thanks for the sub. Much appreciated. Looks like a Minecraft LP. All right, yeah, let's get rolling. Kessel, thanks for the prime.
16 pieces of wool have been scattered around in dungeons across the continent of Dalania. My mission is to find them. This is super hostile Dalania. This is not even... Oof!
Part 1, nothing. What's this track? This better be royalty free, or else I'm
Our
fucked.
expedition in this hole starts off just south of the main continent on an island called
Do we have closed captioning?
the Southern Lands. There, we find notes from an old man telling us to feel free to take supplies from his old fort. Just not trust the place.
So what? Okay, I'm confused as to what is this a Minecraft like server? My boomer is showing right now. Is it a mod pack? An adventure map? And is this like the map? Is this the actual map of it that somebody made? It's a sequel to an infamous map series known for... Okay, cool. But also, is it Morrowind's map? Is this Morrowind? Oh, fuck.
on an island called the Southern Lands. There, we find notes from an old man telling us to feel free to take supplies from his old fort. Just not trust the place.
All right, so I mean, I think I saw someone say it. I think you're probably a little too far from the mic. What kind of mic do you have? Because the mic quality itself sounds pretty solid. Like, it sounds like you have a decent mic. But pretty much anything that isn't your webcam mic is gonna hopefully be decent. Oh, it's a headset mic. Yeah, I would just say get that thing a little closer. Get that thing a little closer. You any sort of mic when you're recording, you want to be up on it. Obviously, you know, be monitoring your voice. If it's peaking, you don't want that. But always you want to be closer to it just to get a little more quality. And I'd say like something like here, you kind of have your voice in the voiceover, which sounds a little far away, and then you have the background noise come in, which kind of compete with each other. So it's hard to fully hear you.
Just not trust the place. Tell you why people arrive here, but they do use what you can from the sold fort, but I don't trust the place too much or hog every stack of supplies. Sure, I will not hog all stacks of supplies. After saying that, I broke the info board and started going inside the fort to hog all stacks of supplies. Inside, I found an altar to change my class. I chose Barbarian because Barbarians can resist damage, and I don't want to be damaged. I think I'm gonna go with Barbarian actually, because Barbarians gain resistance. Yes, Barbarians gain resistance, and we are going to need to resist a lot of damage coming from a lot of places. Moving on, I find another note from the old man, telling us about the old ruins of a dungeon somewhere in the mountains, a good place to get some early XP. Oh yeah, water is a thing in this. Oh, I completely...
I mean, I think like the VTuber thing may not be necessary, but also like, I don't know. Yeah, this shit's expensive. I'm looking into one. This shit's expensive. It's expensive to get one. So I don't know that it. I'll say I don't know that this detracts from what's going on. Are you streaming, Toxina? Yeah, I'm looking into it. Not for like all the time, but just for like when I'm doing just chatting. Getting that sort of thing would be nice. So you're streaming. Okay. I'm looking into making, yeah, so that's something that you can improve on as time goes on. So this is stream footage, right? Yeah, on Twitch. So you're streaming this and then kind of doing a story time sort of thing after. Nice. So first off, I think that's really smart. That's a smart thing to do. It's like a good way to, I think you can make really interesting YouTube content out of that. And like it's good cross promotion, and it's just, I mean, it's a fun sort of thing to do. Like from the start, like just the setting up as this adventure, makes it fun.
Forgot about this, so we need to be careful of our thirst. Ooh, touch. Up to that point, I had completely forgotten about the mods that make this already hard world even harder. I made a wooden pickaxe and started mining away at the wall of the house. Then I made a stone pickaxe, and when I tried to use it...
So is it pretty much just narration, like of like the whole way through? Is it pretty much just narration of shot for shot of what happened? This is the first time we've seen a stream summary that's more a bunch of sessions to each other. It's a neat idea to put narration over it. Sounds like a lot of work. For sure, it's a lot of work, yeah. Little bit. The start is definitely slow, but I think it picks up. Where's a spot I should skip to? Where would you say would be a good spot to see where it picks up into? So here's the thing. Yeah, I'm feeling like obviously I'm not the target demo for this. And I'm worried that my advice would too much be like Doug. When that might not be what your target demo wants. So I want to see the spot that you'd say picks up. I mean, obviously the intro is going to be a little slower. I don't think it's bad, but it's just I'd say if largely what you're doing with this series is largely if you're doing with this series that like you are playing through and then doing narrations of everything that happened, I think it's tough because you want to be sure to pick then the most interesting moments. And do you say that on here? Not much exciting things happening as well as much. So I think as far as your voice stuff, you know, your accent is your accent. There's nothing you can do to change that, and you shouldn't. I would just say get closer to the microphone, so it's a little more clear. I'd say slow down your speaking a bit. You do talk pretty fast, which like is something that I've noticed with fucking everyone who makes videos. If you go back to watch my early videos, it sounds like it's at 1.5 speed. So just slow down a bit. I'd also say like jumping between like you saying things that happened and the clips that you play, I think you should be careful and use clips that are like interesting, that are funny. Because if it's just like, you know, I made a pickaxe and then you show you making a pickaxe and like talking about making the pickaxe live, that's just like, you know what I mean? It's not like two interesting things are happening. It's like you're saying an important thing of like, this is the thing that happened, and then showing it, but it doesn't necessarily add to the entertainment. So I'd be careful between the jumps between your narration and then what you show that was from live on stream. Does that make sense? Okay.
After having been dropped from a tower, having to use outside forces to get back, and then getting attacked by a minotaur, I decided to take out my frustration on the nearby mobs.
The song bops.
What are you? What are you? Shrek, what are you doing here? What is that thing? Trollager. Something tells me I don't want to get hit by that directly.
I think this might go on a little long.
Oh.
I think this probably about like 20-30 seconds too long. Yeah. I think you get the idea through earlier.
slaughter lasted too long. My weapons were broken and I had to retreat back to the tower. With a lot of the mobs dropping iron maggots, I had enough iron to make a bucket, so I celebrated by picking up the sewer water.
Nice. Fair. Fair.
So
Love
I
it.
got the bucket. I was planning to use the water in the bucket to traverse the scorching heat of the savannah, so I started to making my preparations. As well as a wooden boomerang, because it looked cool. And
We
I
love
wanted to try it.
boomerangs.
I also dismantled
All
some
right,
of
yeah. Okay. I think I have an idea for what this content is. I think it's a really cool idea that is so much more interesting than the typical stream highlights. And this comes from someone who wants to do more stream highlights. What I love about, and it's all what you want to do with it. I don't want to give you too much advice that you should try to like be funnier with it, because I don't even know that you really need to be funnier with it. I think there are some funny bits, but I don't think that should necessarily be the full thing. I think like it's cool to have it be like this is an exploration of what I did. This is an explanation of everything I've done in this mod pack, and like it can be exciting, it can be just part of the story. Sometimes it can be funny. It doesn't need to be any one thing. I like that a lot. What I would say is trim the fat. I think you don't want sections that go on too long. You choose the coolest kills. I would say you should choose the coolest kills and have it be about half as long for that fighting section. I think there are times where you're like, I collected the sewer water. That was funny. And then you play like a little clip. What did you say?
So we got the bucket.
So then you play the clip of you saying, so we got the bucket. And like, I just like consider, does that add, to what you just said? Does it add to comedy in any sort of way? I imagine there's probably a feeling, maybe I'm wrong on this assumption. I've never made this kind of content, so bear with me. But of feeling like you need to do narration and then clip, narration and then clip, narration and then clip. Am I right on that? That's just kind of from what I've watched of this, how it feels. And maybe that wasn't your approach or how you felt on it. Regardless, though, I would say try to save clips for when they can either move forward the comedy or move forward the story that you're telling. Haven't really explored that. One of the main things, the narration with in-stream voice, add in a bit of flavor to it. Yeah, I would say, yeah. I would just say trim the fat. Yeah, this, I think, probably, how long of a stream was this from? Like, okay. Yeah, I'd say if you're doing like granted, it also depends how much interesting stuff is in there. But, like, go for 10, 15 minutes. I think Mitch had said that. But yeah, I'd say aim in that zone. I don't know the best way to market it. Like, this sort of thing probably is a decent thumbnail to get a fair bit of clicks. I might say, I don't know. I might say, like, think more about the series. And I'd say don't number the series. Never number a series. Okay? Never number a series. But, like, if you have it be like the Delania Chronicles, the beginning. Why? Does that answer the question? I mean, it depends how many episodes you're making for any given series. I don't know. It depends how many episodes you're making for any given series. Make a playlist, though. Make a playlist with them in order, and maybe, you know, maybe at the beginning of the video, have like a title screen that says part 2 or part 3. I do not think you want to, from a statistics analytics standpoint, I'd say best to not. But people might disagree on that. Anyway, I think like you have a really interesting idea here, and a really smart way to turn your Twitch content into an interesting YouTube video. Get closer to the mic when you're doing narration. I'd say speak just a little bit slower. As far as you worrying about sounding monotone, I mean, that'll just develop as you go on. I prefer number videos, makes it easy to see weekly episodes. Sure. The vast minority of people prefer, I mean, it's just like YouTube does not prefer numbered. But yeah. Yeah, it's not gospel, but I just think, you know, the vast minority. I'm telling you, YouTube does not like numbered shit. Make a playlist though, and people who are interested in it, and even have here's what you do. In your video, you can have like a title page that maybe says like part 2, and then like have the thing at the top say, if you want to see part 1, go with this. But yeah, there's also people that don't want to watch every episode of your thing and will just want to watch whatever you're doing. I also think any piece of content like this probably is best and will stand up the best if it can be consumed as like a one video thing. That's not necessarily fully true. Like there are obviously times where that's not going to be true, but you know, given, and I guess it's all about what goal you want to make. If your goal is trying to get some growth, get more eyes on what you're making, you know, I would suggest not numbering them. Anyway, here's the video. Stop by the channel. Again, get closer to the mic. The sounding kind of monotone. I think you just got to keep practicing. Keep doing these videos and you will get more comfortable talking to a mic. Still definitely in the exploration phase of what I'm making, probably going to pivot over to one and done things in the same style rather than a series. Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be interesting too. Because here's the thing is like, what are you going to be interested in creating? Do you want to jump into a massive series or do you want to kind of do more one and done things? Yeah, I'll experiment with what you find interesting and just try to expand on that. I don't want to tell you what direction you should take your channel fully, because you might want different things. But I'd say the growing point on making like the specific content better, closer to the mic, slow down your speaking, just keep getting practice in doing narration and you will get better at it. It's just gonna happen. I'd say one thing to maybe do is watch other people that do narration, listen to it, and just try to think like, what do they do that you like? You know what I mean? And then do that. And then, yeah, trim the fat. This doesn't need to be as long as it is. And yeah, you wanna move through it in a good flow. But yeah, very creative idea. Thanks for sharing this. All right. Goodbye, Daxina. All right. 47. Somebody added. God damn it. All right. 25. Post Mesmeric. Let's go. Vivid language and writing style, a lack of compelling thesis angles beyond general critique of piece of media. Alex, are you here? Alex the boy. We all know Alex. All right, should I link the video like first? Is that the first thing I should do? Excuse me. There's the video. All right, Post Mesmeric. So he's worried about lack of compelling theses / angles beyond the general critique. I have seen this video, I think. I've seen parts of it.
Brace yourself.
Sonic the Hedgehog for the Xbox 3.
Okay, first bit of advice.
Brace yourself.
Sonic the
I
Hedgehog.
don't know. Is that as long as mine? I don't know that I like your intro. I don't know. Intros are tough. We got all this Packer stuff because I'm looking up too much Packer stuff.
A lot of people.
Yeah, I think intros 2 seconds max. Mine's like 1.5. I don't know. Everyone will be different, and you're not. I mean, what I hear is that the most important part of a video is the first 5 seconds. Within the first 5 seconds, people will know whether or not they're gonna watch for the next couple minutes. I don't know that you need an intro. Intro is fucking cool. I mean, I'm sure it really depends on the intro, but intros usually lose people. And I don't know. I think it might just run a little long. Like, I would have it, and I don't love the sound. This is such a dumb thing. This is so dumb. It could be a nicer sound. I would say start your intro at that blink. That's when I would start it.
Brace yourself.
And maybe get rid of the brace yourself. But if you like it, that's you do you at a point. But I'd say as far as I don't know, you might lose people at it is the issue, and it's a dumb thing, and I think YouTube's dumb for it. But yeah, the first 5 to 10 seconds of a video, you have to be very careful not to. And it's also about your goals, and what you're looking for. But yeah, you can lose people from that.
The Hedgehog for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 left a large blemish on its series legacy. It's widely regarded as one of the worst games of its era, a technically disastrous product, but also a failed chance to establish a different kind of universe for the titular hero to explore. It's buggy, it's messy, it's nonsensical. In a nutshell, it's a comedy of errors and rightfully judged as such. Right now, it sounds like I'm retreading old territory, fueling the redundancy of the YouTube critique machine. Sonic 06 isn't good. I think we all get it at this point. But here's something I do think needs addressing, because a lot of people aren't willing to say this. Despite so much of the game being of such low quality, Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 was a surprisingly faithful transition from the Sonic Adventure games. So many people joke that Sonic 06 is Sonic Adventure 3 in disguise, simply as a way to jab at fans who want that game to exist. But that joke doesn't come from just any old place. Sonic 06's core speed mechanics, wide variety of playable characters, and even its cinematic, story-heavy campaigns all stem from many of the same branches as Sonic Adventure 1 or 2. In a sense, the translation of those elements showed that Sega and Sonic Team were paying attention to the older 3D Sonic games in at least some small way. These ideas that existed in the past.
Okay. A little more personality in the voice. Some people say, yeah, I think, like, if what he was going for was like a Jacob Geller or Razbuten thing of talking about things that are going for these massive, like, emotional hits. Obviously, that doesn't work. But that's not what he's going for. I think like he's got a nice deep voice, and maybe could have inflected a little more personality. But I don't know. I think for what he's doing and what he's talking about, he I don't know. Yeah, slowing down the Razbuten thing. Yeah, slowing down, and that's what these games meant to me. You know what I mean? I think he's got a nice deep voice. It's I don't know. I get the thought, right? Of it's not like there's a ton of hyper personality in it, but I don't think for what he's trying to do that he needs it. And just having a nice, steady, calm voice, I think works. Yeah, not everyone needs a YouTuber TM voice. And maybe you just don't like this kind of content, and that's fine. You know what I mean? Not everyone has to like everything. I think for what he does, his voiceover works really well. Like if he was going for emotional appeals, then obviously that this would need to have more, more oomph to it. But that's not what he's going for. So I think, yeah.
Ideas that are practically synonymous with the best parts of Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, they're in Sonic 06, and it doesn't take much digging to find them. Not to say the game is good by any stretch of the imagination, but I do believe that the ambition behind Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 came from an enthusiastic place at least. Quality of execution aside, Sonic Team knew which ideas needed to be brought over to the new generation. If you're wondering where I'm going with this, talking about a game whose critical legacy has been ground down to dust already, don't worry, there's a plan. Originally, this video was going to specifically be about video game reboots, games that straddle the line between entirely new ideas and established series.
Mad respect, Alex, for, I think you do it in a pretty elegant way of putting the title in there that looks nice. Mad respect for that. People shit on me every video for not doing it, and I still won't do it. I still won't fucking do it. but respect for you.
The whole nomenclature of what a reboot actually is was becoming a bit of an issue. The same could be said of game remakes, remasters, and even sequels. In today's gaming ecosystem, defining these terms never feels entirely clear, and I admittedly wanted to avoid any kind of heated discussion of what these classifications are. The argument of what a reboot actually is would be a topic for another day. But for all of the arguments of what constitutes calling a...
I don't do it partly because I'm lazy, and partly because then I get comments being like, what game's that X? And we boost engagement, baby. We boost that engagement. Let's go.
Game a reboot, remake, reimagining, or whatever. It comes down to one common factor. Something in the game wants to be iterated upon for the future. The original title must do something that attains value, something we want to see continue, even if the game's time in the limelight passes. These new iterations all do something different to make them feel distinctive from that original game. For reboots, it might be a fully new universe with a different kind of artistic vision. For reimaginings, it could be seeing how established narratives and systems are used in new context. However, whatever these changes are, the games do still have that common factor. Something is preserved from the original. Something is worth bringing over with us. Whatever that something isn't always consistent. That's the nature of an artistic medium. It's rich with ideas, and no single concept will fit every mold. If there's something we do find appealing...
Okay. So I've seen a bunch of this video before. I think my first bit of critique, like, yeah, his writing's good, and I think your ideas are good. I think, like, this is a really compelling angle. The, iterations in games is a really compelling angle, and we'll keep watching more of it. I think that while talking about iterations in games is interesting, a title like this is not interesting. like, honestly, I mean, you have good content, right? And you almost have 10K subs, so like you have a fair bit of interest in your stuff. And like, honestly, I think you gotta work on your clickbait. And maybe you don't want to do that, and that's fine. But I think that, you know, something like understanding iteration in games is just like, and I know iteration isn't the biggest word in the world. I think it's just like a little too smart of a title, and like too and again, iteration is not that big of a world, but we're talking about YouTube here, and people clicking stuff on it. And I don't know that this sort of title, while it's like it is a really interesting idea and concept of like how games iterate on themselves, and like the idea of what is worth bringing over from the next. You know what I mean? But like, I don't think that your title is like the title might not be sexy enough. You know what I mean? And it also, you know, it all kind of comes down to what you want to promote. But yeah, like me seeing a Sonic thumbnail with iteration on it doesn't necessarily get me to be like, oh, let's go for it. You know, this is really interesting. Like, I you know, and it all depends kind of what your goals are and what you want to be working on and moving forward to. You know, if you're looking for channel growth, I think the move is just to, change a bit on how you're marketing the content. Change a bit on what you're pushing forward, and think about like, what's the most interesting thing in my piece that will be able to be pushed to the masses. You know, I mean, I'd say if you're looking for growth, you want to try to think like, you shouldn't necessarily think like, what video would I click, right? You should think like, what video would made up person who's kind of interested in video games click. You know what I mean? Polygon has some of the best titles. Polygon. Yeah, why the liquids in Half-Life are so... Yeah, I mean, and you don't... Yeah, I don't see you doing this exactly. But like, yeah, I think going for stuff that's... There's like a level of being clickbaity without being annoying that I think you could move into a little bit more. And I think, yeah, really don't want to make videos seem super clickbaity. Why? Like, I try to be anti-clickbait. Yeah, that doesn't help you out at all. I mean, like, I think Jacob's stuff is pretty clickbaity while also looking good. Like, ugly game, like, this is super clickbaity. Bad graphics is a super clickbaity. You know what I mean? I think there's a way to be clickbaity without, without being annoying. I mean, there's like clickbait, and then there's clickbait. This title wasn't about shading in video games explained, but that's what the video is actually about. Yeah. So that's a really good point. Is like, I think you want your titles and thumbnails to address like the interesting entry point for people, instead of like necessarily the what you would title it if it were a paper you wrote at university. You know? That's what I would say. Those hot cider originals. But yeah, so I mean, like, and I know it's not like necessarily the full aspect of it, but like talking about iterations and like maybe this doesn't fully fit the theme of the video, you know, but like taking the best things from a bad game, you know what I mean? Like that sort of thing is going to be like, oh yeah, there are good things in bad games too, you know? Does that make sense? I'm not saying that title would necessarily perfectly fit with this video. But yeah, if you had like a very clear thumbnail of something from Sonic 06 and then like best from a bad game, I think that is an entry point of like, it creates some intrigue and all that. Does that make sense? Chat, do you follow me? Am I explaining this well? You know, I mean, it's also your goals though. Like if you're looking for growth of the channel, those are suggestions I'd make. And I know that's not really growth of the content, right? So it all depends on your goals. And frankly, that's a question I should have asked in this, is like, what are your goals? Because your goals might not be around growth, and that's perfectly fine and valid, in which case titles and thumbnails, whatever, you know, you could just use a clip from the game. But I think you probably care about growth in some capacity. Yeah, I'll do that for the next feedback stream. But yeah, I would say if part of your goal is growth, work on the titling and thumbnails. But yeah, like your writing's good. Your writing is good. I think you're right to put that as a strength. And I think that, I mean, especially so far from this video, it doesn't just feel like a review. You know what I mean? Granted, we still got more. I mean, I have seen it.
In a piece of media, it's natural to want to see it again, perhaps in a fitter form than it was before. Demand for sequels, reboots, and reimaginings of our favorite games lead to franchises becoming things. The clamor for a follow-up to Mirror's Edge wasn't because the community wanted the bad things about the original to be preserved. It's because they wanted a revitalized approach to appear that could build upon the original and help it achieve its full potential, iterating on the positive ideas and giving them another chance. Of course, the long-awaited return in Mirror's Edge Catalyst continued the game-turned-series legacy of untapped potential, but this, once again, generated a clamor for the series' better attributes to be performed once more. Series are linked artifacts that share commonly iterated threads, whether that's the narrative, mechanics, or something entirely different, something that might be difficult to clearly define. Devil May Cry might have had a controversial entry in DMC Devil May Cry from Ninja Theory, but DMC's gameplay did share enough of the core design of a traditional 3D action game to still have some kinds of ties to the main series, even if its story changed the context of its hero Dante and the characters he interacts with. The 2018 God of War game might have completely changed the series' established action gameplay, but it at least connected Kratos' story to the old God of War games with striking mindfulness. Hence why I'm with its director, Cory Barlog, in that I'm hesitant to call it a reboot. In the case of games in the Final Fantasy series, that connective tissue might be a bit more difficult to identify because these games mostly exist in their own self-contained worlds without a single narrative to draw them together, along with design setups that might be indistinguishable from each other. Still, these games are tied together in some small way, driving home their iteration. Basically, these games all share some kind of essence with other games in their series, even if that might simply be the title of the game, as a way to grab eyes from people who pass by the shelf at the local game store. In a more cynical light, iteration can simply be a way to continue to generate income.
Okay, I want to see something.
Totally overhauled their game's design into something culturally challenging and rich with nuance. Idea has never been done before, there's a strong chance that you can try the same stuff at the dinner table every night. Eventually, we're going to want something not wrong.
Okay. So obviously I kind of gave some like growth critique, which, you know, depending on your goals, might be applicable, it might not be. I would say as far as content critique, like I'm not, how do I put it? I think that you have the opportunity with making a YouTube video to do a lot of things that you can't do with a podcast, right? And I think you don't always need to do those, but the next step would be doing some more stuff that is kind of unique to what you can do with video. And that doesn't necessarily mean video editing. I think music editing. So it seems like it's just the one song playing throughout the whole time.
Money is a driving force in the industry.
Or whatever. That's
more difficult to identify because these games mostly exist in their own self-contained worlds. And
it's like 15 minutes. So with something like that, that means essentially, if you're using the same song, I assume that, like, I don't remember every bit of this video, but I assume that there are no real breaks in your voiceover. It's just kind of a solid, like, 15-minute chunk of here's my presentation. And human brains, especially, the young adult human brains that are probably watching you, they suck. They cannot last that long. They cannot go for 15 minutes without a little bit of that, as Jacob would say, that goopy goblin gamer brain seeping in. I think it's too long of just like solid narration and text. I would say, like, find ways to split your content in sections, and you don't need like a big title change or anything, but having music changes, having fade-ins and fade-outs to be like, this is the end of a point, I think can do a lot. It can do a lot to pace out your video and also keep people engaged for longer. I have no idea about your stats, but like, if you're doing stuff to change things up to regain the attention of viewers, you will hold them for longer. And it's a big thing think about like any time in school, right? When you were in class, like lecture, everyone's different, but for most people, lectures are hard. Staying engaged in a lecture is hard, but when you're doing a new activity every 5-10 minutes, every couple minutes, like, you're going to be engaged with each of those activities and be able to move forward. And I think the same thing is like that here, and a ton can be done with music editing, changing up the tracks, also using music to go along with your point. Because right now the music's just being used to not have silence in the background. And I don't know that that's enough. I think that's definitely underutilizing what it could do. Not to keep I started by saying you shouldn't be Jacob Geller, and I still feel that way. But think about like where's the video? Like, okay.
That seems insane. It seems insane to get political to me.
Like, do I have your attention? You know what I mean? like in this video, before Jacob even speaks, it's like, do I have your attention? Yes, I do. Okay, let's move forward. And like, it is there, I don't think there's any like hot transition like that, anything that's that hot throughout the video, but like, he does that a lot. It changes it up. It changes up your expectations. It gets you to focus on different things, feel different emotions for what he's talking about. It's also like, Jacob's really good at using music and stuff, and I've tried to emulate some of what he does. This video, like, right? He opens up with the what is the song from Super Mario Galaxy? Cloudy Court Galaxy. And what's the first thing he says? I'm a big fan of clowns. Clowns. I said clowns. You know what I mean? I think it's finding songs that fit with your points that you're making, that change up the flow, that make it so your brain doesn't go into autopilot and then drown out what you're saying, is important. Music editing in videos is something I really look for when I try to find new stuff to watch. It's part of why I try to have a really vast library. Yes, for sure. I think music transitions are very important. And I think if you have one song playing throughout the whole time, I think you're missing out on the ability to push forward a lot of feelings and ideas and really kind of disrupt disrupt might be the wrong word. You're able to set the tone a lot easier by using it and keep people's attention. So I would say definitely would be valuable to
single narrative to draw them together. Buys from people.
Work on finding ways to introduce music, so it's not about music just being there, but that music is pushing it forward. I just got done with the VOD where you reviewed my Ladybird video. It's great feedback and all very usable. Good. Tim, I'm sorry that it kind of got cut off in the middle. This is the third video, so my guess is we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I'm having fun though. This is fun. Tim, yeah, great video. I'm excited for more. Yeah. Sorry, Alex. I think finding ways to shift that up to make the pacing better. Cause like, yeah, I don't know. I think your writing is good, and it's just about finding ways to highlight your writing by using the media at your advantage. And music would be a massive part of that. It's cheating. Music is cheating. 100% it's cheating. Like you can say you can say just anything and put the Outer Wilds soundtrack and you'll make at least one person cry. I don't know if I can add it. I don't know that I can add it. Add question. What are your goals? I don't know if people can go in and change it up, but I've added it. I added it. I really should have had it in there in the first place. Do I do something? Do I have to? Okay. Can somebody who filled it out go check if you can add a goal to it? I don't know if you're allowed to edit your stuff. Yeah, but it's just if you can edit. Well, if you have to resend the form, then it's going to be a little different. But yeah, all right.
Passed by the shelf at the local game store. In a more cynical light, iteration can simply be a way to continue to generate income for the developer or publisher, and honestly, that's not wrong. Money is a driving force in the industry, but even when we take away that corporate motivation, it's encouraging to see something interesting from our favorite games appear again, even going so far.
You can't edit, okay. Here's what I'll say. Right now there are 49 responses. I will do it out of 49. If you would like to update with your goals and I pick your number, just tell me that you have added goals to it and we'll look at the goals, okay? I'll still do it out of 49 so that you don't have two entries, but if you'd like to resubmit, that way, do it. But yeah, I think coming back to this, you know, we can keep watching more, but I think the main idea is like you are a good writer, you have that going for you, and it's just about presenting your writing by using the other things here. I'd say music is the first big one that you want to go with. And if you're looking for channel growth, I'd say consider just finding different titles for things that like pull out the base idea of what you're doing and what you're talking about in like a simple way that can appeal to anybody. But yeah, I mean, you make good stuff. So keep making the good stuff and just keep honing your craft. I think your writing's great. But yeah. All right. Is it worth title space for people to include their channel name? That's a good question. I have no idea. I have no idea. I would say I mean, I obviously don't have my channel name. I think the idea is it helps it so if you search post mesmeric that it shows up better. You know, in search algorithms. But also I think it's unique enough of a name where it's already going to do that. And you could probably do this. It probably would have the same successive searchability if you did like the hashtag, because you can do hashtags that show up here and it'll promote it. I would say probably take the name out, but I don't know that it's negatively impacting. I just don't know that it's positively. I mean, it could. I mean, I don't know. Are you less likely to click something with a name in it? I have no idea. I'd say like I don't know if it hurts searchability for like other terms. Like if it I don't know. I would say it's probably not necessary. Here's the question. Does Gerard do it? Does Gerard still do it? Because I know he used to. I think if Gerard's not doing it, here this is from 9 months ago. But it doesn't look like it. If Gerard's not doing it, it's pretty safe to say that you shouldn't be doing it. Yeah. It looks like he puts it in stuff where it's like talking to the camera, maybe. So let's see. He stops doing it 9 months ago on April Fools. He stopped doing it. Or sorry, I skipped the one that he actually stopped doing it on. He stopped doing it here. Is there a reason for this? My guess is that statistics show Gerard that he shouldn't do it. That's more likely to get clicks by not having the completionist be in the title of it, and that it's already in the thumbnail, so it's probably fine. So, I say this because I think Gerard has a team of people and does more research on trends than just about anyone out there. And if he's taken it out of the name, there's probably a reason for that, because he saw that statistically it was better. Does that make sense? Is that fair? Maybe. You know, you don't need to agree with it, but all right. Cool. Chat, I have to pee. But yeah, and should I link his channel again? Post Mesmeric. Yeah. Here you go. I'm gonna link the channel again. And yeah. All right, I'm gonna go pee. Be right back. I'll play. Should I play some music? All right, be right back. right, we're back. Hey, Mitch, can you switch that to a band? I timed out, but can you switch it to a band? Anyway. Yeah, it was pee. I peed. Thank you. Don't worry about it. All right, let's keep moving forward. Individual. All right. Number generator 1 to 49. Ooh, I didn't delete him. Fuck. What was that? What was that number? 31? What was the number? 25? 25. All right. I mean, if you're able to chat, you're not banned. All right. 32. I swear we're in the upper numbers here. I feel bad for everyone who sent something early. Dark Fry, let's go. No goals. Wow. Dark Fry, you still here? Oh wait, is this your resubmit? Is this your resubmitted one? Because I know you messaged me saying that you...
Yo!
Okay, cool. You had messaged me saying you had one that I'd get fucking DMCA'd. But I think that was... I think it was the fucking... whatever, not this. All right, what do you like about your video? Visual, aesthetic, and editing. Okay. And what are you uncertain about with your work? If the points are interesting or said clearly. And voiceover. Hey, Random CC. Yeah, Death Stranding. That's the name of the game. All right. So I think immediately what I can say is nice thumbnail. I think you got to be careful using sequelitis. I think you got to be careful. And maybe you'll talk about it more in the video. But so sequelitis is a very popular show by Aaron Hansen of Ego Raptor fame, or Ego Raptor of Aaron Hansen. I don't even know, but I just be careful because yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest. I'd feel weird if somebody titled their video gaming for a non-gamer. And maybe there's something in the video that'll explain it, but I'd just be careful because it's gonna feel. Also, what is this thumbnail? Oh my god, what are you doing? What are these cheeks? Oh my gosh. The classic Donkey Kong. It's so good. This is a very good thumbnail. Anyway. I'm waiting. I think that you probably do not want to say sequelitis in there. Just from a creator to creator standpoint, like I just think about how Ego Raptor would feel if he saw it. You know what I mean? And I think the answer is annoyed. I wanted to make a video about Prime and Super Metroid, and since the format fits, I thought I might pay homage to it. Yeah, I mean, I think just talking about, granted you missed Metroid 64, so, you know, it is what it is. But I think just this isn't, like, the idea is, if you mention it in your video, right, that, like, you were inspired by sequelitis, I think that's fine. You know? I think putting it in the title is probably going to be viewed negatively. Yeah, I think it's probably just going to be viewed negatively. It's going to look what it looks like, and I'm not saying this is what you were doing because I hear what you're saying, and I do trust what you're saying. But what it looks like is that you're trying to get like 100% doing it just to get in the search algorithm when people type sequelitis. And you know, it's just not a great look. And you want to be known for your own thing. You know, you want to be known for your stuff and how you do stuff. So I would just be careful. I would just be careful. It's okay to pay homage. It's okay to mention like that sequelitis is an inspiration. But I think having it in the title is probably sending the wrong message. Even though it's in quotes, I think it's sending the wrong message. Anyway, let's jump into it.
Yo, small announcement. I made a Patreon. If you like what I do and want to support, that's the best way to do it. Links in the description alongside my Twitter. Now on with the video. Hello, it's me, Darkfry, the end result of unfettered capitalism. The mid to late 90s was an interesting time for games, I'm told.
All right.
Brand spanking new. Hello, it's me,
Have something on here. Have a game on here. Have Super Mario 64 be playing on here. I think because right now it's just static image, static TV, and I imagine you use it for that later on, right?
The mid to late 90s was an interesting time for games, I'm told. The brand spanking new consoles.
I would say always have something. Always have something on that TV. Always have something going. Yeah, always have something going. Character's a good idea, and I think done well. Like obviously simple design, but because of the color choices you use, it works very well.
Time for games, I'm told. The brand spanking new consoles were the PlayStation, the N64, the Dreamcast, the first systems that could render 3D graphics semi-decently. Naturally, many franchises had to make the transition from 2D to 3D. That transition is not easy at all. Adding that accursed Z-axis to an already well-established formula is a challenging task. And if you want any proof, just look at the wide range of results from those who tried.
But yeah, to go back, have something on that TV. Because, and I say this as the guy who streams over a static image for hours at a time. People like having something to focus on. And being able to jump between your character who's moving some and also just having some sort of footage on the TV at all times is just going to be more interesting. And I think you're perfectly set up for it. And obviously you do use the TV for presenting stuff, but I'd say use it more. You're going to animate. Ooh, that could be very cool. That could be very cool.
Some games did it well. Others didn't, and some are still
saying
being
Castlevania's
debated to this
bad?
day. Among the franchises who fell oddly silent, though, was Metroid. Both Nintendo and Sony were going nuts in making 3D adventures for their mascots to partake in. Silent, though, was Metroid.
Yeah, you need Samus on the TV here. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Both Nintendo and Sony were going nuts in making 3D adventures for their mascots to partake in. So why not give one to Samus, the star of one of the most groundbreaking games ever? The series co-creator Yoshio Sakamoto.
Yeah, welcome back to Zebes. All right, so let me tell you how a Razbuten type, a Wizawat type would edit this part.
Being debated to this day.
And Steve pretty much said
Among
it.
the franchises who fell oddly silent,
music
though,
fading,
Metroid.
Mario music fade. You say Metroid right as the music has done fading, and then do 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 do, and like some cool clips from Metroid games going through, and then you start with like.
Both Nintendo and Sony were going nuts in making
maybe you cut this
3D
line.
Adventures for their mascots to partake in. So why not give one?
I know you could still have that. You could say like, during this time, Sony and Nintendo were going nuts or whatever, 3D mascots. So why not give one to Samus? I think. Oh, what came after the doo-doo? Damn it, you got me. What's the song? The Super Metroid opening screen song. Yeah, you want to. I mean, this isn't like. What is it? What song am I looking for? This is it. Yeah. Yeah, just ooh. You come in. You change the tone because you want the tone to be about Metroid at this point. I think you want the tone at that point of the video to be about Metroid. You don't want this Mario music playing anymore. You want us to be feeling Metroid. As soon as you say bring the Metroid, when you start when you get to, you have your introduction, and when you get to the point where you're talking about the game you want to talk about, and you even pitch it. You even pitch it in this. Oh fuck! What did I do? This is Javid's video. How did I?
To Samus. This didn't, and some are still being debated to this day. Among the franchises who fell oddly silent, though, was Metroid.
Yeah, I think yeah, you want to hit it there. You do the perfect setup for it, and that's a great time for a tonal shift. I think you want the tone of your video typically to be what you're talking about. And obviously this video's out. And also, you don't need to do exactly that. That's how I would make it. And that doesn't mean that is how you should make it. But I do think when you are talking about a specific game, you want the feeling and the tone of that game to be coming through. And the best way to do that is music. It is music. Yeah, and that's the thing. Mario is the opposite tone. Oh, don't you know? Is the opposite tone of Metroid. Anyway, continue.
Both Nintendo and Sony were going nuts in making 3D adventures for their mascots to partake in. So why not give one to Samus, the star of one of the most groundbreaking games ever? The series co-creator Yoshio Sakamoto just couldn't visualize how a 3D Metroid game would look and how Samus could be controlled intuitively with an N64 controller. It wasn't until Retro Studio...
Is that an N64? Oh, okay, that's a good joke. That's a good joke. I like that. We like a good joke here.
It wasn't until Retro Studios was given the Metroid license that development of a 3D Metroid game would begin in earnest. Development that faced a lot of issues, precisely because the transition to 3D is not at all simple. However, after a very long and grueling development, Retro Studios came through for us and gave the world an incredible gift.
If you're going for kind of that tonal transition, I mean, yeah, it's all about how you'd format stuff, and maybe you would format things different if you did the transition when I would recommend it, which is what it is. Add some reverb to that voice. It sounds like you put a little bit on it, but like it seems like you're going for the add some just fatty reverb. I think that'll, because it seems like you're kind of going for
and gave the world
that announcer voice. Make it sound like you're wrestling, baby.
An incredible gift.
Zolboy, thanks for the sub.
Oh! Fuck yeah!
Samus Aran faced the space pirates. She destroyed their operation, wiped out the parasites called Metroids, and defeated Mother Brain. But the pirates were far from finished.
Yeah, this is a big old video all about why Metroid Prime is so freaking cool, and a
Dark
bit of
Price
how
here,
it
yeah.
compares to its predecessor, Super Metroid. So I can already see the comments.
Hey, aren't you totally ripping off Egoraptor's sequelitis and by extension NCS's fake sequelitis?
The answer is yes, absolutely yes. That is exactly what I am doing. It's in the goddamn title, and you can't stop.
Oh, now you can't take it out. Oh,
to really
shit.
see why Prime is so good, we first must look at its predecessor, Super Metroid. Super Metroid is one hell of a game, any way you slice it. It's basically the perfect sequel. The foreboding atmosphere, the badass power-ups, the graphics that still look good to this day, it's a huge improvement on the original in every way possible, yet incredibly similar. If you were to compare the two, they're like two peas in a pod, except one of them is a normal pea and the other is a super pea. That's the dumbest joke I ever made. You can really see its genius.
I don't think that's bad. Be careful on how many times you do that. I think you get like one a year of making that joke. You know what I mean? I think it's a common thing that I say this as someone who's done it multiple times in my videos. Who wrote that joke of, wow, that was bad. We got to be careful with it. We got to not overuse it, and unfortunately it's been overused. You know what I mean? That was your one. That was I mean, I guess you get one in 2021. But that was your one for 2020. One a year. You get to use that joke once a year. Okay?
In its map design. NCS made a great video on it, which I will link in the description, that you should totally check out. It's big and intertwined, yet deceptively simple if you got to know.
Yeah, I'm not saying it didn't work. I think it landed. I do think it landed. I just think it's used a lot, and you get one a year. You get one a year. You gotta be careful. You just gotta be careful with it. I've seen people do it in every other video. You know what I mean? You just gotta be careful with it. I've overused it. Personally, I've overused it. If you use a second time in a video this year.
Know it really well, making it perfect for both exploration and speedrunning or sequence breaking. The game is designed with that in mind. It literally teaches you ways to sequence break it. Now, the question is, how do these apply to Metroid Prime? They don't. Super Metroid enhanced everything about its predecessor while still being recognizably similar. Prime could not do that.
Did you say that you don't like your voice? Was that one of your... Say clear. I think you say things clearly. Yeah, I think you say things clear. I think your voiceover is good, by the way. I just want to, in case that's something you're self-conscious about, I think your voiceover is quite good. I think you're able to get different personalities in there. Personalities, that sounds weird. You're able to inflect a lot of personality into your voice and have tonal shifts in how you feel. It's not, you know, it's used to service the points you're making. It's used to service the jokes that you're doing. If the points themselves are clear, okay, yeah, we'll keep watching for that. But I think in general, if we're just talking about like the voiceover, I think you do a really great job with your voiceover.
It had an entire third dimension to add to the mix. Some drastic changes were in order. To see these changes, let's start where the game does, in Frigate Orpheon.
I've never played Metroid Prime. I'm about to not know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay. I think the title here could be better. It looks better on my side monitor than my big one. It feels a little hard to read, especially, you know, just like yellow on yellow. The white's easy enough to read. I don't know. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you could probably use things that stand out a bit more so it pierces a little bit better. Like looking up complementary colors for this and using that. But I don't know. People might disagree with me on that. Or maybe the thicker font would help. What's done for the cutscene footage scaling? How is it normally scaled? Oh, 4:3, okay.
After the amazing title screen music and an epic intro sequence, we see space, Talon 4, followed by sweeping shots of the frigate Orpheon.
Add closed captioning. You have a script, I'm sure. You can copy and paste your script. You can copy and paste your script into it, and it'll assign timings for you. I mean, is there a part you want me to skip to specifically? Because this is a 30-minute video. You want me to go halfway, see some of the stuff halfway?
Fly,
Yeah, give me a time code that you'd like me to look at specifically. I think so far, I mean, my base thing is, I think largely you do a pretty great job in terms of tonal shifts and things. I would do this tonal shift at the beginning a little differently. As soon as you mention Metroid, I would do it. But you do have like a knack for it in other spots. So it is something that like you have an idea. No, there's someone backing up in the parking lot outside. If the fucking fire alarm was going off, it would be different. But yeah. Perry, thanks for the sub. Now I've done like 4 so far. You want to watch? Well, I mean, yeah, we'll watch for a little bit, but I can't. I got like 40 videos to watch. Okay.
Samus's ship, and we see her exit in all her 3D glory. Then, as if to celebrate, and you're off to have the adventure of a lifetime. Talk about a perfect intro. It sets the tone for your adventure flawlessly. The frigate also serves as an incredibly effective introduction stage. From the very beginning, they give you some of the power-ups to play with. Power-ups that are already familiar from Super Metroid. Missiles, Charge Beam, Morph Ball, Grappling Hook. This allows you to see how these familiar abilities work in 3D. After an easy enough boss at the end, you have to evacuate the frigate before it crashes. And while escaping... Oh my god, it's Ridley! Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit! Psst, by the way, this is important for later, so write it down or something. After that, you lose every one of the power-ups you start...
That might have been a little too Ego Raptor for me. I think that one was and I know... I'd just be careful. I'd be careful. I think it's fine to take inspiration from, and I think it's good. Again, I would probably cut it from the title. I think it's good what you said in the beginning of like, yes, this is going to be like sequelitis. Deal with it. You know, that's perfectly fine. But I feel like that joke might have been in sequelitis, and you just want to be careful not using things that are too similar. And the same, yeah, I'd be careful. And I don't know, because I like, some people might look at it as a reference, and other people might look at it as just you trying to pass it off for your own. It's all going to depend on the viewer. You know what I mean? It's just something you want to be careful about.
With. Now that you know these abilities are back and are super freaking cool in all their 3D glory, you lose them and gotta get them back. So you fly to Talon 4 in pursuit of Ridley and begin your quest. That one sentence of story at the beginning? Yeah, that's all you get. Just like Super Metroid, staying consistent. That may seem insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but it's really not. These things matter for the fans. There's a reason people didn't appreciate Other M that much, you know. Although there were some major changes for Metroid Prime to successfully transition to 3D, it's still a Metroid game. which is not at all easy to do. This is because of one key design decision that is present in both Super Metroid and Metroid Prime. If you look at a lot of areas in Metroid games from a level design perspective, they're not the best. They can be downright annoying.
Let me pull out my sword and fight you, sir. Anyway.
Or frustrating to navigate, filled with hostile creatures, random debris or rocks that make movement harder than it needs to be. This is a core characteristic of Metroid's world design, one that I really love and no other Metroid.
Yeah, you're on the hot take train. Oh fuck, did we get a Joseph raid? Okay. It looks like I have 800 some viewers now. Did we get a Joseph raid, or is it just he ended stream, or must be a host? Aces give me some real he's broken vibes. Yeah, fuck yeah. All right, we can continue with the hot takes.
Metroidvanias have been quite able to replicate. Metroid achieves a great synergy between level and world. Let me explain. Pick a platformer, any platformer,
Mario,
and notice how their levels are designed. They are obstacle courses, a sequence of challenges that are deliberately designed to be fun and rewarding to clear. Every platform, power-up, enemy, very carefully placed to meet that criteria, which is fine, but a lot of the time, that's all they are. You play Mario 3, for example, and platforms are just kinda there. They exist. Some games, however, decided to make obstacles that also make sense as content of the world they're in. Donkey Kong Country games, especially Tropical Freeze, give a masterclass on this. You're in a factory that processes giant fruit. That's not just a random piece of wood floating in the ether.
So one thing I'd say to be careful with this, I don't think you're fully wrong, but you are comparing Mario 3, a game released in 1945. When was Mario 3? Mitch, how old were you when Mario 3 came out? Anyway, you're comparing two games that came out like 30 years apart. So I do see what you're saying of like, platforming things making sense, being a part of the world. But yeah, like comparing Mario 3 to something much older. The new ones are like this too? Are they? React to my vids. You gotta post one and then get lucky. I mean, we'll keep watching, see if you have a good argument.
It's a treadmill with timed guillotines you need to avoid, a giant juicer that doubles as a platform. It's fruit giblets you can jump on. Every single level in this game does something cool and creative like this. Its level design implements.
I mean, if you think the new ones do it, then you got to use a new one. I mean, I'd argue that there's some different things in like 3D World. And it really depends on the level. But sure, there are probably just more platforms in those games that aren't like, diegetic's the wrong word for it, but that aren't part of like, that aren't like, it's not like a living place that you're moving through. I get that idea. And that's fine. Cohesive to the world. That's what I'm looking for. I would just say use two modern examples then. It'll help bolster your point, because then some nerd like me won't be like, well, you're comparing Mario 3 to something much older.
To the world around it. Metroid is designed with the same principle in mind. It isn't designed like a level that is there for you to clear it, rolling a red carpet for you to walk on. You are exploring a hostile alien planet. Everything is against you and wants you dead. But guess what? It's okay, because you are a badass bounty hunter with all the tools and abilities to deal with that. So get on hunting. This has been the core design and identity of Metroid since the beginning, and not many Metroidvanias do it. I kinda think that the level design of the recent Metroidvanias is a bit too good, if that makes sense. Of course, not every game should do this. Mario doesn't, and that's absolutely fine. Mario can just have a level with platforms made out of broken CRT TVs floating in the ocean, and more power to him. What this design decision essentially does is sacrifice a bit of fun for the sake of immersion. Immersion. That's a nice word, isn't it? It's a huge part of why Metroid is so appealing. So of course Metroid Prime's world had to be designed accordingly. Too often, though, immersion comes at the cost of gameplay. Which is why Metroid, in terms of gameplay, was always on a tightrope. In a world that's designed to be more immersive than fun, the gameplay has to be both. Designing gameplay in such a way that isn't overly frustrating or stale is a fine line to walk on. And to do it in 3D and first person? This is where Retro Studios had a big problem on their hands. How do you do it? How do you design a formula that heightens immersion while not further damaging the gameplay? What you need is some sort of magical solution that would let you transition perfectly to 3D while also making the gameplay enjoyable. You would need visors.
All right, I don't know anything about visors. Is this true? Okay, so what about this section are you looking for feedback on you said up to part 4? What specifically are you worried about doesn't come across well? Because there's nothing. I mean, so are you saying Hollow Knight's not a Metroidvania? Is the video already up? Yeah, this is the video we're looking at. I'm just waiting for an answer from Darkfry.
It's a huge part of why Metroid is so appealing.
My argument is that basically Metroid's level design doesn't feel so designed, it makes it more immersive. Yeah, I think that comes across. I mean, I haven't played Metroid Prime, so it's hard for me to comment on what the world and level design is like. If things, if things are actually pretty designed, very specifically to feel levelly, or if there is just a lot of in atmosphere and environment. I mean, I think the point of what you're saying comes across, that I haven't played Metroid Prime, so I can't really argue for or against you. I guess I don't know if there's a larger take on how much you think does it being immersive hurt or help the gameplay. It seems like you say it hurts the gameplay, but maybe you don't go into a ton of detail, on. I mean, what did you say about it?
An identity of Metroid since the beginning. But guess what? It's okay because you are a and not many Metroidvanias do it. In the ocean, and more power to him. What this design decision essentially does is sacrifice a bit of fun for the sake of immersion.
Yeah. I mean, sacrifice... You say it sacrifices a bit of fun for the sake of immersion. Prime uses visors to do exactly that. So it's a world feels good with a system of visors, and that's what makes them immersive good. Okay. Yeah, the issue, part of the issue on your argument is I have not played Metroid Prime like a fucking dumbass dummy. So it's hard for me to comment too much on the critique you make. But I mean, I think your base idea of like the difference in a game like Mario, like the early Marios especially, and even arguably the newer stuff, as you were saying, again, I'd use the newer stuff as an example, makes sense. Of like, Mario is pure, like, we need a platform here. Okay, the platform's there. But I would argue, like, the Donkey Kong stuff, you use the Donkey Kong as an example, right? The Donkey Kong, the Donksters. The donkey, okay. Does this kind of immersion, right? That you're in like a factory doing this shit. Does this hurt the gameplay at all? Does this sacrifice a little bit of fun? I mean, I'm just curious about that point, I suppose. Like, does immersion have to sacrifice a bit of fun? Or are you just specifically saying it doesn't? You're just specifically saying it does with Metroid Prime. Or you view that it does. Yeah, I mean, you talk about like the fine line of that you have to walk and through 3D and all that. But I mean, I think you're like... Again, I haven't played the game, so I don't fully know all the context of it, and I probably would need to play it and then watch it and then be able to say, yeah, I think you do. This makes a lot of sense. As someone who hasn't played the game, I think your points come across fine here. Yeah. I don't know that everyone will agree with them, but that doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if everyone agrees with them. Like, but I think your points come across fine. All right, yeah. I don't know. I think you have a really good style, a really good voice and flow. I'd say the next steps are just keep working on like making your own identity and letting your own personality shine through. You referenced my Last of Us 2 video. I'd play it, but I don't want Kojima to come after me. I'll watch it on my own. I see, the other thing is I haven't played Death Stranding, so I don't really want to watch a Death Stranding video before I do that. I gotta play it. But yeah, I mean, I think you got a lot of good shit going on, a lot of promise. I'd say keep thinking about tonal transitions. You do some of them really well, and I think other spots you could continue to improve. I'd say use your TV to its fullest. This is a simple enough screen, and it can be a lot better if something is kind of always on the TV. When we have these long portions of just dark TV, it's just not, it's not enough. I'd say use it to have more examples showing up on the TV. I think you got a lot of stuff going for you, a lot of promise, and it's just about continuing to move forward on your style, figuring out what you like to do, what you like to talk about, and yeah, just keep honing that craft. I posted the video before. I'll post it again. This is Dark Rise video. Yeah, fuck yeah. All right, we got to keep moving, chat. I'm so fucking slow. We're gonna have to do multiple streams of this for sure. Okay, and people keep sending stuff in. All right, I'm just gonna go for the 48. We're gonna have to do more of these, but I want to start doing people that had their stuff submitted before this one. So let's go. Is this the new random number? Is this what I just got? 30? I feel so bad for the early numbers. The Lidacore strategist. Liadacore? I don't know. I just typed in number generator. But yeah, great work, Dark Fry. You here? You here, Lidacore? Are you here? Oh, why did we start here? Oh, I watched a little bit of this. Okay. Lidacore. I think I'm pretty good at making points and clearly portraying how I feel about the game. I would also like to think that I'm pretty detailed in my videos. My presentation seems very subpar. All right. Okay.
Look at you, hacker. A pathetic creature of meat and bone, panting and sweating as you run through my corridors. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine?
System Shock 2 is an extremely dense game. This density is one of
All right, gotta boost your audio. You gotta boost your, especially the difference between how that intro goes and then your voice. You gotta boost that audio. I'd probably get a little closer to your mic when you're going, and raise, normalize it. Here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Turn off my display capture. I don't think the list is available. I'll be posting. That's a good idea. I'll put something together at some point. Give me 1 second. Okay. So a few things. As you're recording, you want to boost your audio. All right. So we're just going to capture some shit. Hello, my name is Razbuten. I make videos on YouTube. Haha, I'm a piece of shit. Fuck. All right. So that's our thing. I recorded kind of loud. Hello, my name is Razbuten. I make videos on YouTube. All right, let me redo this. Let me do this how I normally do it, which is I record. My voice probably got quiet for you, but I usually record a little louder just in case, so I don't peak. Hi, my name is Razbuten. I'm a piece of shit YouTuber. Haha. Fuck. All right, so all right. We got that. Hi, my name is Razbuten. I'm a piece of shit YouTuber. Haha. Fuck. This is a voiceover. All right, so first thing we do, we normalize it. And people have different things. This is my basic steps. A lot of people will do way more than me and probably have a much better sound. But very basic shit, normalize it. Hi, my name is Razbuten. I'm a piece of shit YouTuber. Haha. I think if you're listening to your voiceover, I would say 100% you want it to be in this yellow range. And this is very simple stuff. And there are people who can explain it way better and do it way better than me. But being at least the yellow range, you know, I've heard, people would be more specific, but I think like that -15 to like -6 zone is pretty good for the sound you want. You can do more. You can do way more than this. I'm not going to tell you what to do or how to do it because every voice is different. But the next thing you want to do for sure. So let's listen to this.
Shock 2 is an extremely dense game. This density is one of the largest positives of this game.
-9 to 12 to be precise. Yeah. Sure. You got a lot of background static. So I don't know what program you're using. Chances are it could be Audition. I know a ton of people use Audacity because it's free and it's great. It does have this same stuff. So what you want to do, highlight a portion of your static shit. Then you go to noise reduction and capture noise print. That's going to capture your static. Make sure you just get the static. Try to have it just be that, not you talking, not you tapping stuff. All right. Then you highlight everything. Then you go to effects, noise reduction, click noise reduction process. These are my settings. These are not the default settings. You can probably get a noise removal tutorial online for whatever software you use. This is what I have. It was recommended to me by a friend, and it works really well for my voice. And they didn't specify it to my voice, but it works really well for it. So have noise reduction at 100%, reduced by 100 decibels, the decay rate at 0, smoothing 1024, precision factor 7, transition 100 dB, 496 FFT size, yeah, and noise print snapshots 4000. That's what I have it set at. It works really well for my voice. Hey, if you want to try it to see if it works well for you and you make videos, snapshot this shit right now. Snap it. Take a picture, all right? Get Giazzo, take your fucking picture, save it. All right, you got it? All right, then you hit apply. It works. Sometimes it doesn't work, but then it sounds better. Hi, my name is Razbuten. I'm a piece of shit YouTuber. Haha, fuck. Versus... Hi, my name is Razbuten. I mean, it's small. I don't have a lot of hum, but the hum is gone. The little bit of static there is,
Hi, my name
is gone. Wait, it's there, and then it's gone.
Hi, my name is
And
Razbuten.
these
I'm a
settings
piece
don't
of
really
shit
affect
YouTuber.
the
Ha,
voiceover all that much.
fuck.
Some of them do. But anyway, that's always, if you have static, if you can hear static, get rid of it, because it makes your stuff harder to work with, and it just, it sounds worse. It's going to sound worse. So yeah, that's a quick thing. Quick thing. Is this your video, Bonan? Is this you? It's not you. Okay. Sorry, I got confused for a second. I was going to say, didn't think the name was the same. Sometimes you might have good content, but 100%. And that is a bummer. That is a bummer that, like, just based on your accent, you can lose people. But I think there are things you can do in the quality of your audio that will help combat that to a degree. It sucks and it's unfair. And I guess the best thing to do is just put in your best quality forward and appealing to those who will just watch quality content because it's quality,
Every area you go through has a thick slice of content in both gameplay and story. System Shock 2 is not a game without flaws, but it stands tall as one of the most iconic games of all time, and for good reason. I will not get into the importance of System Shock 2 or its predecessor in the realm of video games as a whole. I am more interested in how System Shock 2 does now.
Oh. Ha 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 ha.
Does this once legendary game hold up? But first, what is System Shock 2? It is a first-person horror immersive sim, and there is one part of that description I will come back to. You are a soldier in the Rickenbacker, which is supposed
Okay, so just from a presentation front, as I said before, boost that audio, get rid of the hum, get closer to that mic. Obviously, make sure you're not peaking, but just get kind of a more fuller voice. I'd also say, the commentary is a little dry. I don't know for sure. I assume that I could be wrong. I assume that English is your second language, which, impressive as fuck. I can't even imagine. Oh my god, the idea of making a YouTube video in my second language, which is none. It's just fucking wild. So I think some of that's just going to come with practice in terms of being able to speak more than one language is just so fucking incredible. I don't think we talk about that enough. But yeah. I think it's just part of that's just going to be a practicing on delivery. Is just the more you do it, the more comfortable you'll. The more you do it, the more comfortable you'll be. You watch anyone's early stuff, and there's just it's gonna be a little more monotone. It's gonna feel like they're reading off of something because it's the first time they're probably ever performing. I didn't know how to perform like that. It took a while until I got something. Advice I got from other people. The YouTuber named Tentacle Touchy would talk about this a lot. When you're reading scripts, it's always good to read through it twice. I think you probably always want to record it twice, but you probably want to practice it twice too. And what he would say is read it once just in your normal voice, and then read it a second time as over the top as possible. Like just overperforming the fuck out of it and just trying to like overemphasize every kind of emotion and point you're saying, have every sentence really like come out strong. And then when you record it, you just kind of meet in the middle. I think in general, you probably always to a degree are better overdoing it a bit, because while you think you're overdoing it, you're probably still underdoing it. But yeah, I'd say it's all about kind of practicing your voiceovers, doing it more than once, and doing it in a way where you're trying to train that muscle. And that's like something you'll hear with every sport, every fucking thing, is you always want to over exaggerate your practice and do it bigger, because that's how you're going to get used to it in actual situations while you're using it. So yeah. I'd say practice that. And what other people are saying, there are some pauses. I would 100% say in post, if you have gaps in audio like that and they're not serving any sort of purpose, they're just gaps because that's the gaps you had in the voiceover, cut those down. If you have a gap because you're trying to make a narrative point and lead to something, that's fine. But if the gap's just there because because it was there, cut it. Yeah, cut it for sure.
To provide protection to the Von Braun. Together they are on an historic mission. The Von Braun is the first ship with faster than light travel system after all, and Rickenbacker is accompanying it. But something goes very wrong. And you wake up 5 months later to find dozens of residents of the Von Braun slaughtered, and that something has taken control of the ship. In a very uncontroversial manner, I am going to start my review with a criticism, and I think it is one criticism most people will agree with. The UI is bad, it is outdated and hard to navigate, and to be honest, doesn't look that great.
That is bad UI.
It is also very small for some reason. Navigating it feels like navigating a government website. This may seem like a rather minor issue on the first glance, but this is a major problem in SCI or OSA runs, where you have to manually change the equip power from the screen. I found it...
Okay, I think another thing presentation-wise is, in general, just sound design choices. Because right now, you're kind of doing the, what I'd say is like the Matthew Matosis approach. Does Joseph use songs and stuff? It really depends. But I mean, and this is a long, well, that's 23 minutes. It's not that long, I suppose. There's different ways to do stuff. It seems like you're kind of using the background noise from the game instead of any sort of music. That could work a little bit better with touches on your audio. So working on, as I showed earlier, getting rid of that hiss in the background, fixing that up, boosting your audio will make that feel better. I would say probably though, you want a little more sound in the background, because people are really bad with silence. And you know, so as I said kind of earlier in the stream with some videos, is it's good to have something, because people are bad with silence. People get uncomfortable with having to sit with any sort of silence in the background of someone talking or doing stuff. Like right now, I can tell all of you freaking out. Have something. So the first step is having some sort of music to help your point, and the second step is using that music really effectively to convey tone, to emphasize points and stuff like that. Yeah. So see, I'm telling you, I told you. And I think also when you look at like this introduction you have, right? It's like it's this strong introduction of like the introduction of the game.
Every area you go
with like all this kind of sound design, this background sound, and then it goes into just your voiceover. So you want more. You need more sounds happening. It could be a backing track. That's probably what I would recommend. It could even just be like having like boosting the sounds of whatever's happening on the ship. I'm sure there's some environmental sounds of like clacks and clangs. Again, I would say probably a backing track is what you want, just to kind of help smooth that and like help you set a tone with things.
Where you have to manually change the equip power from the screen. I found it especially annoying to listen back to some of the messages the crew left. The minimap, which is also the part of the UI, is okay. System Shock 2 has aged much better than most games of that time.
I'd say when you're doing transitions, like
one criticism most people will agree with. The UI,
you want the UI to show up right when you say the UI is bad. And this one, it seems like you don't fully address it. So you need just a little more fanfare, I think, when going into categories.
2 has aged much better than most games of that time. It
seems like you do it with
off
other
as
ones.
a modern game, but it has a strong presentation and style that can still be appreciated. One of the main reasons it has aged so well is that the square levels with less rounded structures feel much more natural in a space station. Nature is a lot more rounded than and inconsistent with something made by humans, and that was harder to show on the hardware during
retakes. You know, retakes, they're okay. We can do them.
More natural in a space station. Nature is a lot more rounded than and inconsistent with something made by humans, and that was harder to show.
We can do retakes. It's fine. It's frustrating. You know, it's frustrating, but you know, I don't know that you necessarily need to always retake everything. I think I'm overly picky with my stuff, but yeah, when you have a car horn, you know, they suck and it's annoying, but you know. I'd say retake
during
it.
That time.
You want to put your best foot forward.
Going back to System Shock 2, the environments are well designed in general.
And I think especially when you're not having any music, yeah, you need your voiceover to be super crisp and clear. I would say you need some sort of backing track for this. That'd definitely be a good thing.
Areas feel like they can actually exist in reality.
Or if there's a car horn, you gotta address it. Make a joke out of it. That's fine too. But I think just leaving a car horn, you know, you wanna try to spruce up your presentation and quality a bit.
Setting. The levels are divided into believable sections, like the one in recreation and the other in engineering and things like that. And the areas also provide necessary changes in color to more clearly show their tonal differences. The models of humans and humanoids, on the other hand, looks obviously dated, especially the human ones. You see humans very rarely in the game, alive that is, and the corpses looking uncanny is just good, I would say. The dated models, however, work much.
I think another thing that I would say, and probably my last bit of advice, and then we can start moving to the next one, is timing of your cuts. I think it seems like sometimes you cut mid-sentence, sometimes you cut to show something off. But I think a pretty good rule of thumb, and it's not always the case, a rule of thumb though is cut at the end of sentences. When you finish a sentence, make a cut. Obviously there are different styles, and some people like the long cuts, and some people's style is not to do heavy editing at all. Like Noah Caldwell Gervais like gets away with everything because he's such like an intriguing writer, right? Like he can just have a shot that has nothing to do with anything going for 2 minutes, and like no one says anything because like they're enraptured enwrapped in his words. I would say though that is not something. Yeah, he doesn't do audio retakes. Yeah, and it's just kind of like become part of his charm, I guess. I don't think that that's something that most people can or should try to pull off. I think he does against all odds. But yeah, I would say aim to cut more. Have cuts time with your sentences. When you finish a sentence, that's a great place to start showing another clip. Not always the case, but you want to kind of create a flow and things moving forward. Yeah, I haven't played System Shock is part of the issue, so I don't know fully everything. But I think as far as like the core of what you have in terms of like the ideas you're talking about, the writing of the thing, I think your points are solid enough. Again, I haven't played System Shock 2, so it's hard, but it seems like our observations are, solid and interesting enough. The next step is make them seem more interesting with your presentation, with editing to your sentences, having some sort of music or sound in the background that goes along with the shit you're saying. That's got to be the next focus, and just improving that level of it. But yeah, I look forward to seeing what you do next. I think you also like I think this is a solid niche. I see a lot of people succeeding with this niche. It's kind of like the Mandalore zone of like games that are really interesting and don't get talked about enough. So I think getting more people in that discussion is a good thing for sure. It's a good thing for sure. Because I don't think there's a lot of people in that zone, and finding ways to get in it is good. But yeah, work on the production. You said it. You think it's not there yet? Look at what other people are doing. Hell, look at what the Mandalore's doing. I want to be careful with this. Don't copy people, but see what they're doing, see how they present things, and then consider how you can use that and move forward. Here's the video. Analysis for people who won't / can't play the classics. Yeah, for sure. All right, good stuff. Number generator. Did we really get 2 more? All right. Or yeah, I don't want to do new people. We're trying to get through the old people. Come on, a low number. Are you fucking kidding me? Gamer Games. I think I picked the funniest moments from my gaming sessions with friends. I'm not sure if my video appears to have the best production quality. I want to make my content somewhat entertaining. Okay, so it sounds like this is not a video essay. Let's go. Gamer Games, are you here? Gamer Games, you're here. All right. When I was searching through, I actually saw some of this earlier.
Should we go
Okay.
on our quest for a peaceful village?
We could try, it won't happen though with these dudes here.
I want to see it's like a social experiment. Ken Rusty friendly.
This is when you gotta hit it with the here. killing a goat. All right. Pig. Okay. Here's the content.
Should we go on our quest for a peaceful village?
We could try, it won't happen, not with these dudes here.
I want to see it's like a social experiment. Can Rusty friendly?
And then pause, and then... Oh, fuck. I messed up my own joke. Shit! Alright, let's try it again.
Should we go on our quest for a peaceful village?
We could try, it won't happen, not with these dudes here.
I want to see it's like a social experiment. Can Rusty friendly?
And then pause, and then... And it just says, like, Gamer Games gets murdered, right? Like, that's the move.
It's gonna be such a fail.
There you go. Free joke. Free stream joke. That's not gonna
Hey,
get
what's up?
DMCA'd.
Hey, I have... Oh, okay.
Or right there. That's when you do it.
We're off to a bad start.
I want to build our base, like, on this hill somewhere. And then I want to just go annoy the crap out of the bases that live by the lighthouse.
But yeah, I'd say it's always good to add kind of little jokes and gags for stream highlights like that. Like, yeah, some of them get overused for sure. But, you know, what's the video resolution? I might be watching it low. Sorry. My bad. Sometimes it auto puts... I'm only going to 720 here, even though I could go to 1080 just because I don't want to fuck stuff up. But yeah. Anyway. I think finding different... Like, if you're just having the playthrough, I don't know that that's enough for stream highlights. I think you can use some of the typical memes, or you can try to find some new memes to add in editing memes. But I think just having your gameplay and text and edited things is like the first step. But the next step is bumping that up and getting some new cool shit in it.
Yeah, we're just gonna become the naked creepers.
Yes.
Alright, now we hunt the nakeds, now we are the nakeds.
We are the nakeds.
The hunters become the thing they hunt.
Collect wood.
Collect skull.
Yeah, some music could be good here.
Okay, let's actually progress.
If you're really going the Twitch meta, you'd put in some Animal Crossing music.
Give me the food.
But
Bones.
anything from any game could be kind of good.
He's offline, yeah. Oh, there's a
This is
guy naked.
naked on the
Naked,
beach.
naked, naked, naked. Hey. Bones. No, you have bones on you. That's all I need. That's all I want.
But I have a question. Is peace possible in Rust?
Bones.
That was so stupid. But there's also the supermarket. I want to go over to the supermarket. So
Oh, there's a naked. There's a naked. Is that bones I see? Are those bones? Bones. Ah, it's a naked. He's got bones. Naked. They both have bones. Hey, I think I found bones. Bones. I'll go get the other guy.
Yeah, go get him. I got this guy's stuff.
You get just some Undertale music. That'll get claimed. But some Undertale music going.
More people in there.
As you're talking about getting bones, play Bone
Yeah, I think
Trussle.
they actually had... Are we getting shot at?
There's a lot of nakeds over here.
Oh my god, I got a headshot. What the? I'm running, dude.
Yeah,
There's too many nakeds. There's a lot of nakeds.
Hey, what the hell, man?
There's a horse here. Nope. I'm out.
Oh, I'm actually wounded.
Huh? How
Are
about
you dead?
No, I'm wounded though. I need help. Yeah, it does. Okay, do you know if the pistol's good?
I added it. Add some music. That's the move.
Hey,
You like
is
that? You like that,
Naked?
Belgamer
I see
Games?
Bones. Yeah, that's Bones. Do you have Bones on you?
Bones, you fucking
Bones. Yeah, that's Bones. That's Bones. I see. Yeah, Bones. Bones. Bones.
Bones.
Bones. I see. Bones.
All right.
Oh, there. This guy got bones here.
Add some music.
This guy, huh?
It's all
Got
about
bones.
presentation, right? And you wanna push the jokes and the goofy things you're doing with edits and music, and it'll move stuff forward so much. It'll help stuff and help accentuate stuff so much, and always be willing to do hard transitions for jokes as well. So yeah, I would say that. I'd also say like. Let me know if there's a specific spot you'd like me to jump through. I feel like I got a sense for what the content is. 30 minutes is too long. I think 30 minutes is too long. Zooming in on stuff could make editing snappier. Yeah, for sure. I think at the level you're at, make 10-minute videos. Aim for 10-minute videos here. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what the meta is, but I think when I'm watching a highlight, I want it to be like 10 to 15 minutes. Of like higher edited stuff. You do a good job having the text here, and now focus on doing stuff like zoom ins, using music to push your point. A spicy 10 minutes. All right, just a spicy 10 minutes. That's what you need. Yeah. 8:10. You want me to jump to 8:10? Got it. But yeah, I would say you got 30 minutes here. Make it 10, and then make more videos, right? If you can. But in general, it can be hard to get people to watch longer stuff. But if you have a lot of snappy edits, especially early, here's the other thing: front load the first 2 minutes of your video with the most extensive and flashy edits. I'm not saying it doesn't matter after that, but the first 2 minutes, that is when the most shit should be done. Because once you trick them to get past 2 minutes, they're there. They're with you. You get 5 seconds, and then 2 minutes is the next spot. Okay, you said 8:10. Also, I'd say, I mean, do you come back around to is peace possible? You do come back around to that idea? Or you're saying yeah to the 8:10? Probably that one.
Hey,
oh.
What's up? Hey,
I got it.
Okay, right off the bat, we're off to a bad start.
Okay, then... Okay. So the thing you show at the beginning, actually, I get that. That is the streamer meta. The way it was edited, though, I had no idea that wasn't the start of it. So it feels like I'm just seeing something that happened part of the way through. If you're going to use something from the midway point, for like something from the midway point as your intro, you have to make it very clear that it's in the midway. Does that make sense? Like, you have this be smaller, and then maybe have some music in the background playing to tease it, and then you have your intro. Yeah, you can do it as a cold open, but you need some sort of intro then. You need that It's Always Sunny thing to kind of be like, okay, we're back. Yeah. I would honestly say, though, these two ideas could be 2 videos. You can have one called, The Bone Hunters, and then like have one of Is Peace Possible in Rust.
Right off the bat, we're off to a bad start. Hello, is anybody in here? I guess not. Oh wait, is someone in there? Ring the code lock. Oh, wait, hey, I'm friendly, I wanted to come with peace. Okay. Wait, over here is where my stuff got stolen from.
Go up north, go to the beach. I'm getting shot at. Can you distract that guy with the bow?
Yeah, I think I am.
Alright, here's my music suggestion for this part. Give me a sec. Alright, I wanna... No, that's not it. Alright, I think this is it. Alright. You ready?
Hey, I'm friendly, I wanted to come with peace. Okay. Wait, over here is where my stuff got stolen from.
Go up north, go to the beach.
Feeling this?
I'm getting shot at. Can you distract that guy with the bow?
Yeah, I think I am. Hey, can I get some help here? Hey, you guys stole my stuff.
Yeah, man, I got it.
Oh, wait, can you listen to my, business proposition? I got a cool idea for you guys.
Alright, Doc. I'm meeting you up, hold up.
Okay.
What's your proposition, Doc?
Okay, so...
I'm feeling this and I hate myself for it. Yeah, okay. Okay, big things. Shorten what you got. You got 30 minutes of stuff. You could make 2 videos out of it. And I think that would end up being better for you in the long run because then you get to post more consistent stuff. Focus on making some more visually interesting edits. Avoid the cops at all costs. Focus on making more visually interesting edits. Add music. Music is such a huge friend with any sort of video, but I think especially with stream highlights, they can really help. Or I don't even know if this is a stream highlight. Is this just you recording? Here's my other bit of advice. Start streaming. Stream this. Stream it. And then have cross promotion between this and your stream. That is what I would suggest, whether you stream on Twitch or on here. But yeah, start adding music to your stuff because it can really help push some jokes across. And again, people don't like silence. It makes them uncomfortable. And if you want retention, not having them feel that like, oh, why is there no music? If people ask that question of like, I wish there was music, that's not good. You don't want that to happen. So yeah, shorten it, make the stuff into even multiple videos, add more visually interesting edits. You don't need to go over the top with memes, but just, occasional zooms, occasional cuts to certain aspects, whether it be memes or just like any sort of screen or whatever. There's plenty of things you can do. Just up that a bit. Use music because it's your best friend. And yeah, check out Pine's videos. I don't know. I don't remember if I've seen that one. Pine will get mad if we watch this. Which one? Is there one? But this is not. There's no like talking in it. It's just cool clips. DMCA, yeah. Pine could give me DMCA. Yeah. But yeah, work on edits. I'd say watch some stream highlights, see what they do, see how they use zooms. A really good place to look, I think, right now is go to Peebs' channel and see what Sir Toasty is doing with that. And don't use everything, but I think Toasty has a really great thumb for using just kind of gameplay highlights to do more. So I'd say check out that. But yeah, I think you have a solid personality, solid ideas of like crafting a narrative together. It's just about making them more concise and all of that. But yeah, best of luck, Gamer Games. You're deleted. Sorry, getting a message. Yeah, best of luck. I think your channel has a lot of directions to go, so that'll be cool to see. All right, we're gonna keep down this list. I'm going from what was submitted before. Anything that's new that's been submitted, again, I'll get to it. I'll probably have to close review after this one, after this stream, and we'll work through what we have. But yeah, all right, let's get a nice low number. 6. Let's go. A low number. Okay. Mighty Nifty. Mighty Nifty, you're here?
Fall Guys released on August 4th and is...
What do you like most about your work? Thoroughness, unique perspective. You're a software engineer. Nice. What are you uncertain about? Wordiness, not in this video, but the retrospectives and your voiceover quality. All right, let's take a look. Fixing Fall Guys, making a great game. Yeah, I think you just mean to say making a game even better.
It's easily one of the best concepts for a game I've seen in a while. A multi-round battle royale in the vein of shows like Wipeout and Ninja Warrior that feels like a massively multiplayer Mario Party tournament. For those of you unaware, Fall Guys plays like a competitive platformer with 60 players competing in various rounds, with around half eliminated each time, leading to one ultimate victor. The challenges include racing through an obstacle course.
Are you ready for an unpopular take on Fall Guys? And I don't know if it's unpopular. This game gives me a fucking headache. Just looking at it, it gives me a fucking headache. It's just too goddamn colorful. My brain is overstimulated. Dude, I must be a straight boomer. Sorry, Macy. I know your childlike eyes have no problem with it, but
course, collecting more eggs than other teams, scoring goals in soccer, and more. Each match is unique due to the variety of games, and you never know what you're gonna get. The game is an absolute blast, and I've been having a ton of fun with it, server issues aside. I highly recommend checking it out and could genuinely see it being Game of the Year material, but there are a few design issues holding it back. I'm still writing my analysis of The Last of Us Part 2, but in the meantime I thought it'd be fun to go through some of the issues with this game that the developers could fix to make the experience infinitely better. With that said, let's get started.
I'll say I feel like that made me turn into a cat.
With that said, let's get started.
I'm like I'm like moving with it. I think that's effective though. It got my attention for sure. Of like I don't know that I love the yellow on yellow, but I actually like your intro. I looked at every corner of the screen as that was coming in.
To start off, as great as the UI is, I think the UX needs some work. After losing a round, the player is able to exit the game while watching the kill characters fall off a platform. However, if you miss this window, you're stuck in spectator mode until the next round has begun. The wait is pretty annoying, and there needs to be a way to exit
You don't need this sort of thing. Don't ever worry about justifying doing certain things to your footage. This to me is more distracting than sped up footage. If the footage is sped up for convenience, I'll just recognize that's what you're going for. But also, I mean, I guess consider why fully are you speeding it up for convenience? I think this is something I see a lot, and I did it a lot. So it's part of why I notice it. Is this idea of like having text edits to make up for stuff that you feel like you missed, or make up for small things that only seem kind of weird to you. You don't need to justify yourself with it. You know, like I think sometimes I don't know. You can just put it, you just speed up the footage. That's fine. You don't need to put text to justify it. This is a really small gripe. Just like, again, I think this sort of thing is more distracting than just the sped up footage, which I don't think I would have thought about. But yeah.
Spectator mode at any time so that users can hop right back into a game. Speaking of which, when the player loses...
And I think it gets the idea across too, right? Of you being like, this is how much time needs to be done, and that for it to work okay, you need to speed it up. You know what I mean? Yeah, a very minor grievance, but just something to think about. You don't need text to justify something you do.
They shouldn't be sent to the reward screen automatically, but rather given the option to do so or to re-queue for another match. It's a simple fix that allows players to get back into the action sooner. And while we're discussing spectator mode, I have no idea why, but when you're partied with other players and begin to spectate, the game doesn't automatically set the camera on your party members, but on a random player, requiring you to look around and find your friends in the chaos. It's a minor annoyance, but it'd be a nice addition to make. A free roaming camera option in spectator mode would be pretty cool too. There are also a couple of small changes that could be made to improve the moment-to-moment experience. Things like having tails glow when they're within grabbing range, making the timer louder and noisier when time's almost up, and giving players an option to outline their fall guy at all times to make them easier to find in the crowd would work wonders for improving the experience. One simple change that would make a huge difference would be the addition of a timer on the platforming games. Each of these...
Yeah, one of his worries was his audio, right? Voiceover quality. I think your voiceover is good. I think you give a really good delivery. I mean, the reality is you could always have better microphone quality. Like, you could have a better microphone, you could record in a better space. But at a point, it's like your setup is your setup, and there's only so much you can do. But I think largely the quality of the sound is good, and I think like your delivery is very solid as well. So, yeah, I mean, if that's something you're self-conscious about, no longer. No longer, okay? Unbe self-conscious. Okay?
These modes ends after a certain unknown amount of time regardless of how many players have finished the course. This is fine, but a time...
Jared, if yours comes up, I'll skip it. Unless you can jump back in, but...
Timer would help players know when to take big risks and when they're safe to wait and think of a plan. Lastly, the servers.
Yeah, sorry, I hate to interrupt this. To anyone talking about mics and thinking about mics, and obviously mic quality is something that's come up a bunch. You can get most mics to sound good. There are people out there that'll be like, oh, the Blue Yeti's a terrible mic. Anything that's USB you should never use. And like, sure, if you're doing studio professional productions, yeah, you maybe don't want to use a fucking Blue Yeti. But it's just such, it's people being over the top and a lot elitist on it. Blue Yetis work super well. Dude, Perry, what you have done with the Blue Snowball is like monumental, bro. Perry, you use the Blue Snowball and it sounds better than a ton of people who have like a $400 microphone. USB mic, and the Blue Snowball is what, like $50-$60, a pretty affordable mic, and it's about the sound, it's about the space. The space you are recording in is so much more important than your microphone. So right now, I mean, you can probably tell I have a bit of an echo. It's because I'm doing this at my office desk. It's not the ideal setup when I record. But I mean, I'm just saying, you used to use the Blue Snowball back in the day. I remember you and I recorded Raspberry with it. And I know you've moved on, and that's fine. I'm just saying what you were able to do with the Snowball, like, was better sounding than what a lot of people do with better mics. So it's about the space you have and how you use it. If you're recording something, Worry less about your microphone. Worry about stacking a bunch of pillows around it. Get some pillows there. Put something beneath it on whatever surface you're using so it's not bouncing off the wood of your desk. Put something over the top and get right up close into the microphone. Don't do it. Yeah, don't do it in a hardwood floor room. Get some pillows, get some curtains, get lots of shit. Get some good treatment. That's going to be way more important. So, and that's not even applying to this guy. Because again, I think his voiceover is good. But in general, worry less about the mic, worry about the space. You can make a $50 mic sound really good.
I know the team is relatively small, and they've done
And
their
I think this dude does that. I have no idea what mic he has, but I think whatever he's doing, he makes it sound good.
best to keep things running and been open and honest about the entire process. Personally, I understand, and it doesn't really bother me. What does bother me is being kicked out of a match and losing any credits I got from my placements. This is a pretty simple fix. The game just needs to be adjusted to give a minimum number of credits to players each time they win a round of a game and not just when a match ends. Combine that with an apology system that grants some credits when a server fails or when a player can't connect to a match, and I think a lot of the frustrations caused by lost prizes and server failures would be relieved. When it comes to the games themselves, there are only a few I'd change. Hexagon, Fruit Shoot, Jump Club, and pretty much all of the platforming obstacle courses are nearly perfect for what they want to achieve with little to no changes needed. They're all heavily skill and strategy reliant, with functioning controls and great level design. Exactly what this game needs. There are also games like DoorDash and Tiptoe, which can seem random but involve a lot of strategy. Much like Seesaw, these games put the player in a constantly evolving prisoner's dilemma, where they're forced to decide whether to take a risk, trust others, or attempt to manipulate the outcome to get by. These do have an element of luck, but players with enough skill should find themselves winning more often than not. There's also Rollout, Block Party, and Perfect Match, which are all pretty solid, but could use a difficulty increase to knock out a few more players in each round. A simple speed increase on...
Yeah, I think this is a really good video. I'll say, you just hear your word. Why didn't you send me a retrospective then? All right, yeah. I
The
guess
Last
I
of Us is
watched
one
it.
of my favorite games of all time. I believe I made that very clear in my previous video. Its incredible character writing and seamless flow between gameplay and story elevated the cinematic gaming experience that Naughty Dog started with the Uncharted series to new heights, creating an absolute masterpiece in the process. It's not a flawless game by any means, but it's one that manages to force players to question their own moral beliefs in a way that few games dare to do without being preachy or pretentious while simultaneously having
Music could be a little quieter here.
Immensely entertaining gameplay and a consistently engaging narrative. The very idea of creating a follow-up to such a revolutionary title must have been incredibly intimidating. How does a developer continue such an open-ended story? How do they improve on gameplay which to this day still holds up surprisingly well? How can they possibly expect to match up to expectations when the bar is set so astronomically high? Well, Neil Druckmann returned as director for the sequel, and shortly after the release of The Last of Us Remastered, he and the rest of the team got to work. Over the course of the following 6 years, the game would slowly take shape, and while many ideas were pitched or tried out, the one constant throughout the development were the themes of the game: hatred and revenge. Announced at PSX 2016
and forgiveness.
They showcased that Ellie would be the main protagonist this time around, with Joel concerned as she announces that she plans to kill every last member of some unfortunate group. Beautiful visuals,
Yeah, music
the
could be
return of
quieter.
Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson, the dark tone. With that short video, the hype train began pulling out of the station. But it was with the 2018...
I mean, I think technically what he was saying is that those were the themes that Druckmann talked about, and Druckmann did not talk about forgiveness before the game, so it's a perfectly fine statement.
gameplay trailer that people got really excited. It's a simple encounter involving stealth and combat, but it showcased so many new features.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a 2-hour video. Don't want to watch the whole thing. I just kind of wanted to get a sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously a 2-hour retrospective is going to be kind of wordy, but if it's 2 hours, it's 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like, you're trying to do a deep dive, and that's the goal for it. I think that, like, this one could use a little sound balance. But I don't know. I think it's solid. I think it seems like I mean, damn, look at this output. What is this? Review December? Did you do a review like every day of December? Holy fuck. The fucking gall on this guy. Oh my god. Quick review. Oh my god. I mean, they're short, but he put out a 2-hour Last of Us video and then a bunch of kind of 1-minute reviews. I want to watch one. If you say anything positive about Ghost of Tsushima, I'm reporting your channel.
Ghost of Tsushima has received a surprising amount of hype and praise for a new IP, and it is absolutely deserved.
Fuck. God damn it. How do I dislike a video? Okay. Here's the important question. I don't know how you did this or put it out. I think you should have this be one video. I think you should have this be one video. Maybe you made them all throughout the month and that's cool. I think a end of the month, you just say review Sember and just have it be all of them. Oh, this is it. I'm literally, oh, wait, is this it? No. Look at this Razbuten content right here. Where am I, why am I not seeing it? Why am I not seeing where am I not seeing it? Or are you saying that that's what it should be called? I mean, this is different than review Sember. I'm saying like the content's already there. Just make it all one video. I mean, it's fine to release them separately like this. It's an interesting idea. I just think at the end of the month, you put it in one big video, and that has a good chance of pop. And obviously, you did this too, and maybe that's part of it.
Well, that was one hell of a year. It's going to be hard to look back on 2020 and see anything but.
Okay, it is. You did do it. You did exactly what I suggested, right? Am I wrong on this? Am I dumb? Am I dumb? Yeah, it seems like that's what that is. I'm sorry I gave you a suggestion you already did. Good idea. Good work. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like you're trying to do a lot of different things on the channel, like a lot of experimenting, which I definitely respect. You know, kind of doing these short idea things and then mixing it with long retrospectives. And I think that's a good way to kind of get, I mean, try different things to have different feelings. And also give you a chance to be like, this is what I like doing the most, or, you know, this is what I kind of wish I could do more of. I think that's cool. I mean, it seems like there's more games in this. I mean, here, let's find Ghost of Tsushima. Is it the exact same, or did he do, where's Ghost of Tsushima? It's probably, it seemed like you liked it. Oh, come on. At least you got one. You got something right. You got something right. At least they shouldn't be this close, but
Ghost of Tsushima has...
Yeah. All right. So he did it, and then it seems like has a few extra games too that didn't make it into review Sember. Cool. I mean, that's a great idea. You did great. You took my suggestion retroactive. Amazing. You took my suggestion from the future and did it. That's incredible. Mighty Nifty, I think your channel is great. I think this is a cool idea and definitely impressive. You know, I don't know that I mean, it's a cool undertaking. I don't know if it helped or hurt your channel. You'd have to let me know. I mean, obviously it seems like your other stuff typically gets more views than these. So I think it was an interesting idea. Obviously it may have just been too much And I think from an algorithm perspective, short stuff is going to be harder for it to push. So I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I like appreciate you trying this though. I think that's really cool. And then doing the end of year thing. But I wonder if your channel would have been better set up to just have the gap from here to there. I don't know. I don't know everything about YouTube. I do know that like when you do 3 videos in a row of something, that's what YouTube starts to expect. Yeah, Pim, I'll make a list. I'll make a list at some point. But yeah, I don't know. I think you got a great channel. I think you got a great voice. It seems like you're not too wordy. My main negative feedback on your Fall Guys video is that like it's Fall Guys. And it's not even a negative. It's just that I think you have a lot of really good ideas, and unfortunately Fall Guys just fell out of the discussion so quickly, which is a bummer. So what I mean by the YouTube expects, if I put out 3 videos in a row that are all like longer Let's Plays that get fewer views because they're Let's Plays, and they can kind of, through their algorithms, they can tell like the content type and how people respond to it. YouTube then is going to start categorizing my channel in the same zones as Let's Plays. And that's what it's going to start to kind of put it in order for and in line for, and how it's going to promote it. So part of it has to do with video length and things like that. And viewer attention for sure is going to be part of it. It's just going to recategorize you based on how you've been doing stuff and what you've been putting out. So, you know, your spot in the algorithm can definitely get affected. I mean, again, at 1K subs, I don't know that the algorithm is the biggest concern in the world. Because some of it is just like entering your coin in the slot machine and getting lucky. But I do think that like as YouTube does try to sort you into the algorithm, it gets confused when you change up your stuff too much, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. I think you got a lot of good stuff going here. I don't know. Your thumbnails for the retrospectives are solid. I don't know. I think your voiceover, yeah. I think it's just about continuing to experiment and working through stuff. I mean, I don't know. I like stuff like this. I like stuff like fixing a game, like how to make it better. And all that. But yeah. The issue with Fall Guys specifically is like people unfortunately stopped caring about Fall Guys pretty quickly. But yeah. I don't know. I think solid stuff. I'm excited to watch through your retrospectives of The Last of Us. But yeah, I mean, I would say it seems like you want your identity to be retrospectives. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Yeah, I might unsub because of the clutter. Yeah, especially if people sub to you for like these longer retrospectives, to then get that could be a little harder. So you've done it every year. So you've done this best games where you're ranking every game I played. You did that last year. I like that. I like that idea. But this year you did it as all small things. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting experiment. I don't know that I would do it again next December. I think I would just go with the big video. Unless you do a review every day. How is retrospective different? I mean, that's a good question. Google retrospective. Don't get me wrong. I just see looking back on or dealing with past events or situations. Analysis, detailed examination of the elements or structure of something. I mean, so you probably have a retrospective analysis here, because it does seem like very clearly is looking back at certain things. Yeah. Anyway. Well, I mean, I'd say it's kind of a retrospective because he's looking back at like the things, like, you know, how Neil Druckmann was talking about it. He looks back at the history of it. So that could work. Analysis might be a better thing, but I don't think people like the word analysis as much. I don't know. I will say, I guess one thing is like, I mean, everything works for different people, right? Like King K can, you know, Ruby Sapphire retrospective, Sonic Adventure 2 retrospective. Let's do this. Retrospective. Okay. So his most popular stuff is all retrospective. That is like his brand, though. You know what I mean? That is his brand. He was one of the earlier people to do it, and it's what people know about him, and it's what they look for from him. Let's see what Joseph has done. A critique, review. The other one glitches. Joseph at review and critique. I mean, I think the beginning of a month. See, he just has creative titles because he's Joseph Anderson, and like can put out 2 videos in a year and get 4 million views between them. The years later works, yeah. So my theory on it is have a take, right? Have a take that's in your. Jacob's a great example of it. Granted, sometimes his are just. He's gotten to, he can be a little more artsy now, I guess. Because he's Jacob Geller. But, you know, have like a thing that your video primarily is discussing about that like you look back on, and that is a take. I don't know. I think Liam's stuff is good at that. Like the bittersweet comfort of Majora's Mask. So like, you know, it talks about like, I mean, this is just yet another, okay, fuck. He does retrospect shit. But, you know, I don't know. I think being a little more specific, showing, it's just, I don't know. It really depends. I think if your foot is not in the retrospective or review door, have a take. Aim for a take. But yeah, I think your stuff is solid. I think it's about continuing to experiment, finding what works well, and just keep pushing it forward. I think your voiceover quality is solid. There was some balancing issues on that Last of Us video of just needing to boost the volume of one and lowering of your voice and lowering the music. But yeah, I'd say the next thing from a marketing perspective is make your stuff point first, you know, have it be point first. Oh yeah. Noah's a good example. Let's look at his stuff. A thorough look. Notes from a lot. Yeah. I mean, he has takes. They're usually somewhat simple of like, how does it compare to previous stuff? Home. Yeah. But I mean, have takes. I'd say have takes in your titles. I disagree with you on this Jacob Geller point. I 100% disagree. Because the things I've said about Jacob's channel are easily things you can utilize yourself. There are some intangibles that Jacob has that I would not tell you to try to emulate because they're intangibles of Jacob. But using music in like the way I've given people advice for, or using like having certain takes in your thumbnails, those are not Jacob Geller exclusives. That's just, you know, good marketing. Anyway, thanks for sending your shit in. All right, do a few more of these. I got through like none today. Get random 32. I swear we're always in the fucking 30s. Monty, you here? You send in your Minecraft, excuse me, Let's Plays. Beautiful. We're between videos. Would it be possible to resubmit and get my old submission out of the queue? Be like, okay, yeah, you can resubmit. Did you already do it? Someone already did it. Cinnamon. Did you already? Where are you? You're not in here. First 5. Got it. Okay. Yeah. I know you. Sorry. First 5. How do I? All right, fuck it. Well, I'll just resubmit and we'll figure it out. See you, Pim. Okay, Monty.
There is a magnetism to Undertale which brings a player back to it again and again. Despite how clever its systems are and funny its writing is, and despite its appeal spiraling out of control and turning into a meme of itself, it's the charm of the world which concentrates a player's attention and makes you feel...
Yo, nice voice immediately, I can say that. I forgot to look at what you're looking for. My structure and arguments, but not necessarily your writing voice and audio and quality edit. Audio quality. So far, your audio quality is great. Audio quality is great.
Homely and cozy while playing. The game is a slow burn, and I would argue that it doesn't really get going and start bearing its true colours until you meet Sans and Papyrus, because Papyrus is a precious, fragile jewel that needs to be protected at all costs, you hear me? All costs! But Toby Fox uses every trick in the book to make you fall in love with the world and understand what it's going to ask of you in its first 10 minutes. And if his magic spell works on you and you do understand what's going on, then you already know why players of Undertale were, and still are, obsessed with this game. It's the charm factor, and this is firmly established in the game's opening section. This is the first 10 minutes.
Okay, that got a little loud. They got a little loud, a little quick.
So it's important for me to highlight, because I know someone's going to call me out on this, that technically you can power through and get out of the ruins not in 10 minutes, but an...
Is this like a show you have? Monty? Monty, look, I don't know if you knew this, but this content's exclusively mine. Why did you send this one? This one, you should have sent this one. I mean, the Undertale one's solid too. But obviously this is like my general interests. Come on. How do I submit? Someone share a link. Yeah, good use of the music, but it did get a little too loud. Sorry. All right.
An average of about 15. I know this, but if I chopped the final 5 minutes of Undertale's opening off, it would remove the most impactful thing about the beginning of the game.
Sorry,
So,
I forgot. I had the question and then I got lost in memory. Is this like a thing you have? Is this like a show? The first 10 the first 10 minutes of Bioshock? Okay. Okay, so it's kind of your show of the first 10 minutes. I mean, I like that. I like that. Eat the rich and kill God. Love it. Can we stop getting good channels? No, I'm giving you people to sub to. Come on. Give subs. 230, baby. Let's go. Oh, so you have Let's Plays on here too. This is amazing. Your channel is all of my interests. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so the first 10 minutes is kind of a show you seem to have, which I think is cool. I don't know that. I mean, how many is so okay, so specifically these with this banner. So you have 2 episodes of it so far, right? Got it. Okay. I mean, I think that's an interesting idea for like a specific show. I think it's honestly, and this is a small thing, and maybe chat will disagree with me. I think that I don't know. I don't think you need the branding of the first 10 minutes in your thumbnail. And if you want it to be a consistent thing, yeah, I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Tsushima video. Yeah, I think you get rid of this because this stuff doesn't mean much to anyone else, but the how to introduce a theme, and you can have like a similar thumbs between them. But I think I don't know. I'm kind of, and I say this as someone who has a very specific series. I think in general, you don't want to stick too hard to a series. I think Undertale's opening, A Tutorial Empathy, is a great title. I think how the first 10, I think this is a good title too. And I think the thing that you do of where the fuck is it?
Minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I would maybe cut that. Maybe people will disagree with me. I think if you can always refer to it as the first 10 minutes. If you're gonna keep some sort of title screen, I think I would prefer not to have, I don't know. I would prefer not to have, yeah, this is weird. This makes no sense. Am I getting hacked? Yeah, I would maybe cut this, and maybe I would say have it. I would say you can. I can say having a stroke. Fuck. I would say you can keep the title screen. I'm a fan of title screens. I would maybe create a logo that says the first 10 minutes and have each episode of it tie in with the thing. So have the first 10 minutes and then have some sort of Undertale thing that's like moving. I mean, I feel like tons of people do this. Girlfriend Reviews probably does it the most, or some of the most effective. What's a good example? I don't want to just click one and be wrong. I think they do it in this one.
This video was sponsored by
Red
disorder, hyperactivity disorder from Time Sucker Punch that has captured the attention of my overactivity disorder is the latest was saying haikus. What it's
No, doesn't seem like they do it in this one. Fuck. Trying to give you an example of shit. I think they do it in this one.
in response. Okay. Only a year later, he announced Death Stranding at E3, and it quickly became one of the most anticipated games of the decade, using the very same ingredients that
okay.
Konami
Like this shit, like this shit.
Death Stranding.
Right.
And this isn't really a review of what it's like to live with someone who plays Death Stranding.
I mean, this is probably pretty hard to do, and like he's a really good Matt's a really good editor. But I think like you can have like the first 10 minutes, but have it integrate with the game you're playing. You know what I'm saying? You're not here, but when you're watching this, I would kind of maybe aim to do that sort of thing.
On a patch of golden flowers. The background is dark and foreboding, except for the golden, trustworthy light in our spawn point with pleasing greens and yellows. The brief section between awakening and...
Yeah, using the game font can go a huge way. Huge way. Long way? Fucking Christ.
Trotting off to where Flowey the Flower is means we have the game's moveset tutorialized to us without a single explanation needed to be given. In Undertale, traversal works in the 4 cardinal directions. That's it. We can't jump or climb or hop. All we can do is walk at a steady pace. The first word out of Flowey's mouth is a jovial howdy, and the ridiculousness of his name being Flowey the Flower is our first indication that the game is going to strike a purposefully extremely self-aware, silly tone throughout our journey. Classic RPGs, like the ones Undertale initially imitates, almost always open with our first character being a blatant tutorial. As a player, you've seen this before.
That's the
It
mildest
reeks of
take
the
in the
wise
world.
sage from The Legend of Zelda, handing you your sword. Or Professor Oak in Pokemon explaining how the world works. Yes, I know it's an homage to Earthbound. Shut up, don't even think of commenting it below. Actually, wait, no, yeah, commenting that would help this video's engagement, so yes, please comment that. I didn't know that. Oh, and subscribe, or do whatever. Commenting it below. Zelda, handing you your sword. Professor Oak in Pokemon explaining how the world works. Yes, I know it's an homage to Earthbound. Shut up. Don't even think of commenting it below. Actually, wait, no, yeah, commenting that would help this video's engagement, so yes, please comment that. I didn't know that. Oh, and subscribe, or do whatever you want, I don't care. In the first few seconds of the game, Flowey highlights the tonal toing and froing which the player will experience during their journey. If you see my Hollow Knight critique, I note there that the game's tone perfects during their journey. If you see my
This is how nitpicky I have to be. I think this is a very good video. I really like I mean, it's a simple idea, but I think you're doing it really well. You got to be very careful of stray frames. Sometimes they get in there and they're just a big old flash. And it seems like you had just like one frame of this Hollow Knight thing.
Their journey. If you see my...
And honestly, only someone as douchey as me would say something. But just be careful of stray frames. They are the enemy. And they will sneak up on you and they will try to ruin your life.
Hollow Knight's critique, I note there that the game
also smart-ass,
perfectly
smart
synchronizes
shit.
the adorable character models and individual stories with the harrowing horrors which await, and Undertale has a similar approach. Except here, with Flowey, the whiplash is immediate rather than this slow climb. Flowey's trustworthy. He's a cute little golden flower. We were with some golden flowers a minute ago. I guess these are our tutorial friends at the beginning of the game. You want me to eat some friendliness pellets, Flowey? Sure. Nom nom nom. Oh, look at his face. Oh, Jesus. Flowey tricking an unaware player completely destroys any sense of light-hearted ease that the player may have had when they first boot up the game. Not only does it suddenly seem like perhaps everything Flowey told us was a lie about XP and LV, but also the severe amount of damage this little weed just struck on us, 19 hit points, makes us realize just how underleveled we are at the beginning. The tiny square we're in limits our agility in combat as well. This is the smallest box we'll experience in the entire game, outside of some bosses. Most common areas have a nice wide open space to move around and dodge in. But here, it's the entire game, outside of some bosses. Most common areas...
Yeah, this is a great video. I think I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I'm going to watch it on my own time. Because I want to move on to some other stuff, and I don't know that watching more and more will change a lot. I'd say maybe a bit on the branding. I think your title screen could be a lot more effective if you tie each title. If you want to keep the first 10 minutes thing, tie the first 10 minutes into some sort of screen of the game, probably the title screen. Use text from the game to meld it together, and I think that'll be a lot more powerful. That's one small thing. I'd also say in your thumbnail, probably get rid of the first 10 minutes thing from the thumbnail along with the thing. Thumbnails, branded thumbnails at this stage just do worse. They just do worse. Someone who's super established, it can help to be highly branded and to have their face in it, because it's like, oh yeah, I know this is I know this is a completionist video because animated Gerard's in the thumbnail, you know, and that helps people that have been established for a long time with big fan bases promote their stuff and have people see the thumbnail and immediately know it's their favorite creator. As you're still like starting out, you're still making a name for yourself. The idea is to make, and this is assuming one of your goals is like channel growth, which again, shouldn't be the main goal, content first. But if you're trying to grow your channel, you always have a better shot if like your thumbnail is not super tied to you, so that people will see the thumbnail for what it is and be interested in the thumbnail and not that you made it. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Thanks for the hydrate. This is great though. Again though, just be careful of stray frames.
The tiny square we're in limits our agility in combat as well. This is the smallest box we'll experience in the entire game, outside of some bosses. Most common
So right, like there's one frame of heh. This is how nitpicky I have to be. Hey, learn your game. This is a very solid video. I think just quick little stuff like that. When you're watching through it, if text is only there for a frame or two, you know, obviously if you have a full stray frame, you want to cut that. But if text is only there for a frame or two, make sure that you are, sorry, I got a drink. Make sure that you are cutting it. You want to be careful with that, just because it can just be a little jarring. Yeah, it's small shit. Is Monty here? Did I miss him in the chat or? I don't think so. Anyway, oh, Monty's here. Monty, dude, fucking great video. I just arrived. Yeah, all right. I mean, you can watch the VOD and I'll post it on YouTube. My quick version of it is, first off, when am I getting my royalty check, Monty? My second thought is, why are you making, I've never smoked, but why are you making content seems like you're making it for me? What the fuck? This is such a cool idea. I'm excited to watch it. I am teasing. My thoughts though is, what are your goals? What are your goals on YouTube? Obviously, my suggestion is always like have your goals be content centered, be working on your editing, be working on your writing, and that's good to have. But obviously, I imagine you have some other goals too that are maybe a little less in your control, but there. You Miles better at editing? Yeah. I think you have a really simple edit here, which works fine. You know, from just a clean perspective, one thing I was saying is
this is the smallest.
watch like watch stray frames. So here's a tiny example. Is like the text box here is there for like 1 or 2 frames and then disappears. It's not there quick enough to like, I mean, granted it's just but it's not there quick enough to like really read it or see what it's for, but it is there long enough to feel jarring as if I just missed something. Another example, so that's like a stray text frame, which is a little different. But here is another example, and just a small thing. The fact that I'm calling this out, I think probably speaks to the quality of your video. But just being just being careful with it, because you want shit to look as clean as possible. But yeah, see, when you went to the Hollow Knight stuff, there was just like 1 frame that was in there, so it kind of makes this weird flashing thing, which can be a little jarring. So just be careful with that shit. I think you have a simple editing style, but that's not a bad thing. I have a simple editing style, so it is what it is. I'd say something to do, and something that I did to try to get better, is like think of one thing you want to add per video. Just think of one editing idea you want to add. Maybe it's something you saw a different YouTuber do, and you're like, I would like to add that to my video. I would like to add that idea to my video, and then learn it. And just do one at a time. Don't try to do a ton of them. Just do one thing at a time. And you will learn a new skill, maybe something with motion graphics, right? I don't know what programs you use. I just assume everyone's kind of using Premiere and After Effects. But yeah, just add one thing at a time, and eventually you'll be like, oh damn, I know a lot of editing techniques. But yeah, I was also saying, and one way you could start that is, I think, oh, where'd it go?
The Fallen Human Awake.
Here we go. This gets a little loud, but I think for this, for the TFTM, I'd recommend probably taking this branding out of your thumbnail. Excuse me. I'd recommend taking all your branding out of your thumbnail at this point, just as you're still a newer channel, and you don't need to worry a ton about being recognized. Like, people aren't going to, at this level, be clicking on your video because they're like, oh, it's Monty. They're going to be clicking on your video because they see the thumbnail and they see the title and they're like, oh, this idea interests me. And I think having other stuff in it takes up some of that space. I would also say for this, instead of it being a white screen, it could be so much more powerful if you had like the Undertale logo, I don't know, or the Undertale start screen or whatever, and maybe used Undertale text that says the first 10 minutes. Could go a lot, could go far. Be good for you. Yeah, those are my quick suggestions. I think you got a great channel here, though. I am excited to see more. I'm subbed. I don't know how you have 96 views, though, and 229 likes. Resolve views, resolve. Interesting. But yeah, great shit. I'm still confused by this. YouTube's eating your views. But anyway, excited to see more. I think you have a very solid channel. You got a great voice. Your audio quality's solid. And it's just, I think the next step is working on more complicated edits. Anyway. I appreciate it, Monty. Excited to see more from you. All right. I've been drinking a lot of water. I gotta pee. We've been going for 4 hours. Damn. How about this? How about we do 2 more? I'm gonna pee and then we'll do 2 more. And then we'll do this again. I have more. All right. No more accepting. I'm not accepting anymore. I have more now than I had when I started. Yeah, we'll use a new RNG. I'll be right back, though. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done taking submissions for this round, as I have like 50. it's gonna take a while to get through those. So we'll wait. You know, we'll do another one of these though. Can you review quick? Yeah, we'll end this stream with reviewing Quick 6. This is such a great way of giving back to YouTubers and encourages growth. I'll support this good shit. Thank you, Perry. Much love. Learn your game. Thanks for the gift sub. Much appreciated. All right. We need a new random number generator. Is that the feel? All right. We'll do the full list of them now. Yeah, I've wanted to do something like this for a while. It's fun. I mean, it's fun to see people's stuff. It's fun to give feedback and hopefully somewhat helpful. All right. 49. We get a new submission. Maurice McMillan. I have fun doing my videos, my audio, my camera work. Your goals are to be a good YouTuber. Very specific.
At each other's.
Really should scoop.
We're not. School.
All right, first suggestion. Footage should be not this direction. You know, flip it. You gotta flip it so it's actually watchable. Title. You know, it can't be August 22nd. because it came out August 21st. So it actually doesn't make any sense that this would be August 22nd. It's hard to get a good view on the gameplay here. You know, I would say start with that, you know. Stop wasting my time. It's uploaded in the future. All right. Title isn't Ganon. 22. Bance Ferdinand. Love the name. Casca, thanks for the sub. As my first video, I think it's a good attempt. I think writing and a chill atmosphere may be the best quality. As a stutter, the voiceover can be hard to get right, and worry it puts people off. Yeah, that is fair. But also, it is what it is. Your voice is what your voice is. Bance? Do we all know Bance? Is Bance here? Do you all know Bance? Should I know Bance? Thank you for the warning.
Of all the things that I'm irrationally nostalgic for, demo discs are up there. The younger people in my audience may not remember these, but before we had consoles connected to the internet, these were the only real way to play demos of games. These days you can fire up your Xbox 420s or your PlayStation 7s and you'll have an abundance of demos to download. In theory anyway. Really, the art of the demo disc and the...
Okay, text on screen. I like what you're doing with it. I mean, I don't know if this is original footage. I like the little green effect. Regardless if that's something you did or not.
Demos
I assume
download.
it is. Okay. This is hard to read. I might be on a bad. It's hard to read. The pen, yeah. The text choice, the font choice in color makes it a little hard to read in size. I think it's also probably a point worth saying. But yeah, I don't say, just be careful with text choices on stuff. I think one, and I mentioned it before, one thing I think a lot of people do is when they don't say something, instead of going back to record a new line to address that thing missed, there's a text, you know, text is they put text there to try to make up for it. And I think the human brain, which is stupid. Oh, hey, Vance. Black text in a later video. Smart. Fuck, I should be looking at, hey Vance. LG filter with, yeah. I like the, oh, so you recorded this. This is your own footage. That makes sense. I love this. I love this aesthetic. I also like that, like, switching up the aspect ratio. I like shit like that. I like shit like that a fair bit. Anyway, just always be careful with text. I also, not just like the font choice. Where was I? Fuck. Not just like the font choice, but I think in general, and I said it before, the idea of using text to correct something you did, I don't know that it's always worth it. I don't think it is, because the human brain's dumb, and as you're speaking and then text is there that is talking about a different point, for my stupid brain, I'm always like, what should I be focusing on? And then in my trying to focus on a point that you're making in text or someone's making in text and the point someone's making in voiceover, then I hear neither point. Yeah, I mean, it certainly can be used effectively for jokes, but I think a lot of times, at least for me, I end up just feeling distracted by it. All right, where was I?
Sure, they're still out there, but nobody's buying them. And it makes a lot of sense. With the abundance of video game news sites and downloadable demos, there's really no reason to spend £7 on a magazine that you probably weren't going to read anyway because you just wanted the demos.
Casca, thanks
Back
for
when I
5
was a
gift
kid,
subs.
these were invaluable. They were literally
Hell yeah,
the only
thank
way to figure out if a new game was good, other than, well, playground hearsay or what they said in the magazines, and well, the magazines sometimes gave iffy reviews. So we basically relied on these. And I honestly spent more time playing the demos of games than I did actually playing the games I got with my PS2.
Some
On
relatable
Christmas
shit right
2002, I got my PS2, and it didn't have the most stellar games with it. I think there was some rally.
Okay, text like that though I like. I think it's more of like points. To be clear, this is great. Calling the PS2 the absolute boy is the greatest fucking thing. it's quite good.
Have the most stellar games with it. I think there was some rally game, a FIFA game, Headhunter, and The Sum of All Fears, which is generally regarded as one of the worst games ever made. So yeah, I played a lot of demos in that time. I remember there's one demo disc that came with the PS2 that I still actually have, and that demo introduced me to so many great games. It was unreal. I was 8 years old at the time and I'd never seen video trailers for games. I know that sounds weird, but I just never seen them before. So here I have this disc which shows me all of these trailers for games, but also playable ones that I can actually, well, you know, play. So many of my favourite PS2 games I actually first experienced on this demo disc. It included preview videos for Soul Reaver 2, Jack and Daxter and Devil May Cry, alongside playable demos for Airblade, Klonoa 2, and, most importantly, Dark Cloud. Hey, I'm Heather, and welcome to Retro Relapse.
Love it. Love this. I'm a fucking sucker and a half for any intro timed to music.
Dark Cloud was the first game developed by Level 5, and now world famous developer.
Quick editing tip, I'd say
Dark Cloud was the first.
You don't want to start a new clip. This is Bance Ferdinand. I think if I forgot to link the video, I've been bad on doing this consistently. Don't start a clip. Don't start a clip blurred. I would say
first game developed by.
You want like to start the blur probably like a frame before you're gonna have this come in, and have it like kind of fade into the blur.
By Level 5, and now world famous developer and publisher who has gone on to create some highly regarded games like Fantasy Life, Dragon Quest VIII, Professor Layton, Rogue Galaxy, and they also did this thing. It was founded in 1998 by Akihiro Hono, who previously worked on the.
It's just a little because it's just like when you start with the blur.
They also did this thing.
When you start with the blur,
it was founded.
It's like like obviously something's gonna come in, but it's like what am I? I gotta look. I need something to look at. My dumb gamer brain needs something to look at. So yeah, always have it start and do keyframes. Probably just like a couple moments before, like a couple frames before, have it fade into the blur.
In 1998 by Akihiro Hono, who previously worked on the Overblood series, those timeless classics, and went on to found Level 5 after leaving River Hillsoft. Development on Dark Cloud began shortly thereafter. In March 1999, Ken Kutaragi used the game to showcase the power of Sony's new PlayStation 2, and at that year's Tokyo Game Show, we were first shown gameplay of Dark Cloud. The demo shows some significant differences to the game, but we'll talk about that later. Upon release, Dark Cloud was met with praise by critics, highlighting the intuitive mix of genres and with more than one publication.
Yeah, this is solid. Can I check out one of your... How many videos do you have? Okay, so you got a second one. And one is a game I have not... yeah. Okay, it's a very new channel. Fuck yeah. So if you have a stutter, I mean, maybe it comes up more. but I think you do a great job presenting it and speaking clearly, and does not seem to get in the way of things. You have very great audio takes here, good inflections, especially for a first video, like not kind of the typical feels like you're reading off a script in a super monotone way. So yeah, I 100% understand why you're worried about this. You know what I mean? Like, as you live with it, right? Like it's your life, and it's something you probably notice all the time, you know? Yeah, good in general, but especially good for a first video. What I mean by that is that I would expect from a first video, I would expect a more monotone read. I would expect less kind of voice control over it and all that stuff. So it's not saying like this is good just for a first video, but it's like you do not fall into a lot of the pitfalls that first videos end up falling for, is the point. And I'm sure that's what Mitch means too. But yeah, rest assured, the stutter is not a problem.
Referring to it as the PlayStation Zelda. And yeah, when I played this game as a kid, I adored it. Dark Cloud was something of an awakening for me as a quote-unquote gamer. It was the first time I ever saw genres blended together. Before this, it was simple to put games into just one category. Doom is a shooter, Spyro is a platformer, Fable is mediocre, and so on. Dark Cloud though?
Fucking let's go. Let's go. Let's shit on Fable. Let's fucking go. I kind of want to see the newer video a bit. Okay, so one thing I will say, I do find it funny. Like, I do find that funny. It's not, I don't know. I mean, you kind of have two intros. Well, I guess, how did you do it in this one? Okay. But you also do the intro. Where was it? Here.
And welcome to Retro Relapse.
Okay, I would say cut the first, in the beginning, in your videos, cut. I do like the sound of this though, but I would say cut that one, because do you do it here too? Do you do like a midway? Come on. Trying to guess your content. I could just wait for you to answer the question. Do you do like do you have the retro relapse come up again in this one? In that same way?
Awful blue paint on them. I then currently read. This is to literally...
Okay, not in this one. Yeah, I would say... So the advice I have gotten and have given and talked about, a very important part of your video is the first 5 seconds. Within the first 5 seconds, people will have already clicked off or decided that they're going to watch it for like the next 2 minutes. So you want to be careful by what you have on there. If you're going to have an intro, it's like 1 to 2 seconds is about like all you should really go for. At least, you know, in my opinion, in my experience, which is limited and might not be perfect or great. So, you know, your first 5 seconds is all kind of intro for it. And while I do find this funny, I think you could cut this. You could get this part. You could probably even cut this and just have it go right into the video. And then use the retro replay thing in the way you did for the Dark Cloud. You know, like you kind of have your 2-minute cold open about talking about the game, and then you do like the you know, this. I called it retro replay, retro relapse. But yeah,
can't really recommend to many in 2020.
That'd be my suggestion for that, just early stuff. You don't want to give anyone a reason to click away.
I first got my PlayStation.
This one sounds a little quieter.
1997, when I was about 3 years old, and I've basically been a PlayStation kid ever since. The PlayStation was bought for me and my older sisters.
Yeah, this one, the audio's a little quieter. It's how it goes. My Game of Thrones video is super quiet. I think your sound balance in this one
really tried
is very. Oh, I turned it up a little too much. The sound balance in this one's really good. So if you're ever, what I would do and what I do is I go back to look at videos that I think my sound balance is good, and then look at the video I'm working on, and like we'll just pay attention to the audio levels and be like, okay, yeah, this is in the right zone. This is solid. This is good. So I would recommend just doing that between videos to make sure that there isn't
and how
like,
wonderful they were, not just.
But
that said, even taking into account its risks and innovations, it falls apart under scrutiny. As PlayStation kids could
and it does sound. It's how it goes sometimes, but.
And soon there was a very gauche term on the pages
Snowball
of every
Ice,
magazine
nice.
and the news websites.
What did you use for both of these?
Halo Killer.
Oh, hey, you did the fade thing. Nice. You took my advice. Good work. Did this say use flatmate's mic? Hand off a cold. Yeah, that's fair. As far as recording, and I've said this before, and I mean, I think your audio in this one sounds solid. This is it's just quiet. It's just a little quiet. So try to between all your videos have them be about what you had this one. I think this was really solid. When recording, make sure you're get a lot of pillows around whatever you're doing. Space is going to be most important. But yeah, I don't know. I think you have a really solid start here. I like your style. I like your kind of instincts for editing. I'm also, granted, I've never played Warhammer, so you know, I like the games you've covered. Because most people that do a retro relapse, that's kind of like, look at this retro game, it would be Mario 3. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, I feel like you're covering kind of these games that are in a certain niche, and I think that's a good thing to do. Even if the setup is exact same, your voice is going to be different day to day, just depending on how your day has been. True. That's true too. People know but aren't overnight. Yeah, I think you're doing a good job with that. Yeah, hell yeah, great channel. Best of luck with the Blood Rain. Is that what you said you're doing next? Heather was 90% of the way done with a Mario 3 video. And Raz just comes in and shits all over it. Already regretting it? Damn. All right, well, I think you have a really solid base, and it's just expanding it from here. I think I like, and I may provide some more feedback. I do not have time to watch through the entire 20 minutes right here, but I like the way that you weave the game and your personal life and experiences with demo discs. Like, I like how you weave all that together. I find that stuff way more interesting than just like reviews of old games, right? I think the reason that we want to hear you talk about it is because you have an interesting experience or perspective on it. Yeah. And I think you do a good job with that. So keep that style and idea in mind and keep growing with it. Hell yeah. 76 subs. This other one said 6. Good work, chat. 100? What if though? What if 100? What if, chat? What if? What if? What if 100? Yeah, excited to see more. Yeah, it's a lot of people that are barely watching though, but hopefully. What if I was already subbed? Fair, fair, fair. All right. $100? Imagine. All right, we'll do we'll do 2 more technically. Steve, you'll have to shoot me a link. We'll do 1 more random one. 100? Imagine 100? Chat, imagine 100? Imagine. All right. Random number 1 through 49. Let's see how it goes. Hey, that's yours. Don't know if we'll do it though. 46. So this is going to be a late one too. I feel bad for all the people that did like early. Haven Fire. You're uncertain about nothing with your work? You're uncertain about nothing? Half asleep, then someone on Discord pinged me, say we're talking about the video. Thanks for the kind words. Hey, best of luck moving forward. Obviously, things to work on, but I think a lot of it is just practicing your craft, finding what works best for you. All right, I have doubts on this one.
Hey guys, this is Havenfire here for another VOD review. Today we will be going over Sips's gameplay. This is his lobby. Pretty standard settings. Crewmate vision is at 0.5 and anonymous votes are off.
Oh shit. I didn't know who was on game.
Well,
so
well
if it's
done.
Alessia again, we just vote Alessia next time.
Yeah, just button and vote her out
we
straight
do that
away.
anyway.
Okay,
it's me, guys. Vote me out. It's me.
Okay, good luck.
So I've already watched this one, and there's actually just a couple of moments I want to highlight. This wasn't the absolutely cleanest game, but there's a couple of ideas you guys can use in your own lobbies.
This is on camps.
No, it's not a review of a review. What this is he's looking at the VOD of Sips and kind of giving an analysis on specific points of Sips's gameplay.
Early cameraman, very dangerous. Lights get hit.
Still on.
Okay, so what I'd say is immediately you gotta like if this is an analysis, you gotta explain it. Like
early cameraman.
Like saying early cameraman.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Assume I don't know anything about Among Us. Why is going on camera early dangerous?
Lights get hit.
Still on cams.
So, right there, with the timing of lights, his kill cooldown flashed. That means somebody is dead. It's probably a good warning that somebody will be dead when he checks vitals here. Yep.
Gregan's dead.
So him and Falcone checked vitals about the time that lights got called, and assuming that the body dropped when lights is called or during lights, that means Sips is clear for the kill and Falcone is clear for the kill after he reports it right here.
Okay, body is in labs by the
Wait,
node.
you got a report button?
Body's in lab by the node button. Sips should be able to confirm this wasn't me.
Yeah, I saw Falcone at Vitals.
Falcone, I was about to report that, and now I'm gonna put some hard shots on somebody. Well, not hard shots.
Okay, I mean, this is an interesting idea for a video. Ingood Nick, thank you for the sub. I think it's an interesting idea. It's not content made for me, for sure. I think like I mean, it's hard because this might be what people want, is like just a VOD review of like a good round in Among Us. I feel like the step would be like anyone can watch it and you can, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I mean, see, the issue is you didn't like really tell me what you want worked on. I think you could go in a little more detail, like as I said, why are certain things bad? I do think like a breakdown of someone's play is interesting. What I think would be more interesting than this, but this is also me, right? This is how I view things, and it might not be the kind of content you're looking to get out or the amount you want to get out, but like, right, what if like you had a video that was like SIPs, the art of delaying 50/50s, and instead of it being like a VOD review, you have it be like an essay, and you show specific things, and you talk about like, you write out a script about the points you're going to talk about and show how he does it throughout multiple games. I think that could be a really interesting thing. And you can do that with so many players, right? You could do like Hafu and murder sprees, or 5-Up and 5-Up and hiding bodies, or like 5-Up and hiding bodies. Like, cause the thing with 5-Up is like, he's so good at hiding, and I know too much about, Among Us shit. 5-Up is like so good at hiding bodies that people know it's him because of where they're hidden. I think what would be an easier thing to watch, instead of it just being a VOD of like, I could just watch the VOD. It's like, why do I need to see the space between? When I think like what you could do is you write the narrative about it. You say Sips is better at delaying 50/50s than anyone else. He'll get in a position where it's between two people and be able to talk his way out of it. And then you can show like a clip of him doing that. And then you go back and be like, and you can see his movement in these situations, does this and this to draw attention, whatever it is. I think instead of doing a moment by moment VOD review of it, you'd be better off like thinking about a theme with a certain player of who's good at stuff. And then, because you have it almost all there. It's just about consolidating it and polishing it. I would say make it a video essay. Don't just have it be VOD reviews. I think like taking it that next step could really, yeah. Are you here, Havenfire? I don't know if you're here. By the way, Arcadeologist, thanks for the prime sub. Yeah. Gonna check the VOD. I think you have a lot of good ideas here, and like I do think there's a ton of value in breaking down people's play. I think the most consumable way to watch that though is as a video essay and not just a VOD analysis. Obviously, if this is what you want to make and this is what you have the time to make, I'm not going to tell you don't make this if this has no value, because I don't think it has no value. I think it has some. But I think if you really want to push things forward and get your channel growing even faster, it's about making essays around the tactics of some of the most popular players. I think it would be really cool to do like one of those old cartoon, how did we get here? If you're talking about delaying the 50/50, get that intense drama to view catch and get interest, and then show the moments leading up to it. Yeah, you could do that sort of thing for sure. If you could make those essays. I think watching play breakdowns from esports could help too. Yeah. So my immediate thought, Havenfire, and this is completely different content. What's his fucking name? Level 3. What is it? XP to level 3. My immediate thought is XP to levels 3 series talking about like the crit roll people. It was at the top. Why did I? Right, like Matthew Mercer, lessons in being fuck it. Matthew Mercer, lessons in being a good dungeon master. Right, So XP looks at like what Matt does in Critical Role, gives like specific examples of the things he does, and he does this for like Travis Willingham, lessons in being a good D&D player, Taliesin Jaffe, lessons in making characters. He has these ideas, right? And he looks at a specific person doing it, pulls examples, shows examples of them doing it, but it's a consolidated thing, and it's easy to consume, and it it does really well. Granted, he had a bit of a base before he put this out, but I remember like these D&D videos were big pushes for XP to Level 3's channel, and I think you could do that. You could be that with Among Us stuff, and there are enough different styles of play, right? Like Saikuno and the art of memeing your way out of getting ejected. Like there's so many things of it, and XP to Level 3 could have played an episode of Critical Role and paused it every once in a while when Travis did something interesting, and it's not as easy to watch. It's less consumable for sure. So it's all about it's all about the framing. That's going to be the most important thing. So I think like you have a good concept here of breaking down people's Among Us play, looking it over, and all of that. See you, Perry. But I think the move is to put it in a video essay form. It'll make it a lot more consumable. I would say definitely check out what XP to Level 3 does with the Critical Role stuff, and consider moving in that direction, because you have the things to say. It's just about presenting them in a way that's gonna work well. But yeah, I think you have a good idea here, and I think the way to elevate it and the way to make it more consumable is to frame it as an essay and have multiple examples from different games, right? Because it's also, this is the art of delaying the 50-50. So what is anything, what is anything from this first minute?
To highlight, this wasn't the
Tell me.
cleanest game.
I mean, if this is what you want to make, if this is what you enjoy making, keep making it. If this is what you enjoy making it, keep making it. But I think if you want to kind of elevate and have more of a name for yourself, I mean, you sent this in for me to look at it, so I would say consider going this route. And I think there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do and a lot of cool things you can pull from. But yeah, best of luck, Havenfire. I didn't say copy me. I said copy XP to 3, Level 3. And we'll do one more. That one felt a little shorter. All right. 2. Let's go. We got an early one. 2. Phoenix. Note on the list. I just picked my most recent video, but if you watch either RE0 or Violet Evergreen movie, maybe watch one of those videos. I have not watched either of these. I think I do some stuff editing, which is quite funny. Probably making a rhythm with my voice to make it sound like I'm not droning on. I also find it more difficult to make jokes since I do scripts. So trying to find beats in the script of where I should make my points and where I can afford a joke to keep it very fair. Pacing is tough. All right. I remember watching a bit of this.
I don't remember when I started Origairu. I got into seasonal anime in about
First off,
2015, and Origairu.
First off, you have a very nice voice. You got a nice voice. It's deep in the right ways, solid accent. Anyway.
Aired the season before in spring. So instead of the intense layers of subtext and hidden meaning that seeped through Snafu's second season, I got the bangers like Charlotte and Rampo Kitan. Does anyone even remember Rampo Kitan?
What the fuck? This is it. That's oh. Cool. Cool. Anyway. Be careful with frames. Be careful with stray frames. It hurts my eyes.
I've always been rom-com trash, and the way
Alright, so I don't know necessarily what that has to do with stuff. I don't think the way you're editing this right now works with it.
Deep into anime was through harems, so alone a high school protagonist and what seemed like multiple romantic interests was exactly my type of thing. As a loner at the time who liked to consider himself a romantic, or a guy who seemed like the perfect fit for me. It was. Season 1 was a lot of fun. It was comedic with cute moments and a loner protagonist who saw the world in a different way that no one else could. As a loner who'd been recently rejected by my peers, I could relate. Hachiman had always wanted friends, but had been pushed away.
Okay. Wait. Okay, so my first... Sorry, I'm getting confused.
Genuine. It's heartwarming to see Hachiman try for this at the beginning of Season 3. To find something genuine, you must be yourself genuine first. And this is most exemplified with his conversation with Komachi when she drops the little sister out.
Okay, I'm confused. All right, things. Before I seem negative, I want to say you have a very nice voice. And granted, I have no idea about any of the shows you're talking about, but you're talking about them in, you know, how they personally related to you, what they meant to you. I think it's solid. Why do you open with 5 minutes of Genshin Impact and then have what seemingly edited video for the middle portion using the anime you're talking about? You know what I mean? I'm confused by it because, and granted, I just don't know a ton about stuff these animes, so maybe that's why I'm a little bit lost and confused. But I think for sure, there's no purpose to be showing this Genshin Impact footage. It has nothing to do with the points you're talking about. It's really there to just fill 5 minutes, you know? And, you know, this text about stuff you're doing has nothing to do with anything. So it doesn't need to be here. Also, I mean, I don't think the footage in general should be here. If this was the video, if it was 17 minutes of just this, I mean, I would understand it, I guess. Like what you're going for is you just wanted to talk while playing a game. And I understand that. I wouldn't necessarily think it's going to be the most interesting content because, like, it's hard to... We got a train coming. It's hard to, like, fully get why you're showing this. But at like 5 minutes in, it becomes what I'd expect from a video essay about anime.
Season 3. To find something genuine, you must be yourself.
You know what I mean?
Genuine first.
Showing footage from it, having cuts between various scenes, like showing specific scenes. So I'm kind of confused. I think that you missed an opportunity to have all this be edited stuff with clips from the show or shows you're talking about. And by doing this, I mean 5 minutes of Genshin Impact footage, I think you're going to lose most people. I think you're going to lose most people who are watching. I've said it before. It's like the first 5 seconds of video, you know, if you want to keep watching. So if you're talking about anime while playing Genshin Impact, I'm just like, I don't know. I think if you want to make videos where you, I think if you want to make videos where you just listen instead of caring what's on screen, that's fine. But it's strange. Yeah, it's strange because half the video, it does seem to matter what's on screen. That is what's strange to me. Again, you know, I would always say an edited piece is going to be more interesting than like essentially a podcast. But if you want to use YouTube as a podcast and just have gameplay over it because that's what you have time for, I definitely get that. You know, I definitely get that. You know, it's not going to be the most elevated side of your content. Epic Gamer Danny, thanks for the sub. But like, I get it. But yeah, I feel like because you edit it and you have, you know, it seems, I think you just should have edited the whole thing. I think it should have started edited. Because I think there's certainly an audience that's cool with you just talking about stuff and having it, but I don't know. I think.
Don't remember when I started Origairu. I got to see some anime.
Here's my opinion on it. If you are reading from a script, which it seems you are, having just random gameplay in the background, I don't think works as well. You know, it certainly could be different. I think like this sort of thing works if you're doing stuff more off the top of your head, just talking about an anime you like or whatever and different ideas. And maybe you can have talking points. But I don't know. I feel like what you're saying and the points you have, which are interesting, aren't helped by the gameplay footage. Quinn Curio is a good video essayist, and their first video just uses Slime Rancher for 9% of the footage. I mean, I'll look into that. But that's also like half this video is a edited video essay, and half of it's like Genshin footage. I don't know. I think you got to pick a style that you want to go with and go with it. And don't do both. Works for some, but this doesn't seem like a proper application. Yeah, I don't think it's the greatest application of it, because I think your script deserves better. I think from what I've heard of your script and your writing and your delivery, it deserves more support. I think it deserves more support from the footage, and it deserves more support from background music would go a long way too. Because as we've said 100 times in the stream, people hate silence. The sound of silence, bad. The song's good, but silence, bad. We don't like silence. Pick one style, and I think even if they're doing gameplay, the text and screen about game, yeah, I'd agree with that too. What was this channel you mentioned? Curio? Quinn Curio? Which video? Oh, this one?
Block. Some people think ad hominem attacks make his content worse.
But Jerky Tom, you can't.
So you can be slightly closer to.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. This is different. But, whoa. But yeah. I hear what you're saying. It can be done for sure, even with scripted stuff. But also this could be more engaging with something that isn't this. I have heard of Quinn before. I've seen, I really liked Quinn's Ron's Not Dumb video. I liked that one. Anyway, being distracted. I think yeah, pick the style you need. I think the way you speak see you say actually, yeah, I don't know, it's you have two types of videos in here that I don't think work super well together. You got to go one or the other. I would say based on your writing and the points you say and your delivery, I would go with the more typical analysis editing style instead of just having a game up for the time. Go with stuff that supports your script. That's the tone that it seems like your script is going for. So for it to be like this feels really weird. Because yeah, when you hit this, I'd still say you want music.
It's
The lack of
heartwarming to
music's
see
a little tough.
Hachiman try for this at the beginning of Season 3. To find something genuine, you must be yourself genuine first. And this is most exemplified with his conversation with Komachi when she drops the little sister act and genuinely thanks him for everything he's done for her. Media likes to gloss over this.
Like, this
but
is just
no
so
real
much
harm
more
to be
powerful. Like, and you have such a like soothing voice, and you're talking about like, you know, somewhat serious thematic ideas, in like personal growth and whatnot. And it's just like, because you're using footage to push your ideas forward, it like hits harder. It hits a lot better, and it's easier to focus on what you're saying. And I think if you had music, you could push that even a step further. I don't know. I think you've got talent. I don't think this is a bad video. I think it's just picking the style you want to do, which again, if you don't want to do this, it's your choice, it's your channel. I would recommend you do the edited essay route, because I think what you wrote works a lot better for this. But yeah. Yeah. I wish I knew more about the show, but yeah, I think you have some solid ideas. We got to get something better than just the P. Chat, come on. We can do better than 4. I think I'm genuinely excited to see what you do next. Especially, I think if you continue kind of reviewing anime in the personal video essays in the way you have of like doing an analysis of it, and also yeah, giving your kind of personal takes on it. But I would say definitely start getting to the point where you integrate music. You can usually get away, you can probably get away with some stuff from the show. You can definitely get away with stuff from video games. And there's also tons of royalty-free music on the YouTube library that's actually not bad. It's actually some decent stuff that you could put in there. I think the edited parts of this video are great. It just, because it starts off with such a long section of not edited stuff, it just feels a little off.
At the beginning of March, I went on an adventure. I journeyed atop the Highlands and travelled through the lochs of Scotland. Why? To watch anime, of course.
Naturally.
Thanks to all the anime and just Hiroaka's general...
Yeah. Yeah, do this. Do this all the time. Add music too. Great. I think you have a lot of promise. Yeah. I haven't seen any of these shows. I'd say maybe this was an interesting test, but I'd say try to avoid it. Try to avoid it. Yeah. People are, it's just, again, it goes back to that first couple seconds. The first 5 seconds of the video are very important. So make sure you aren't losing people on it. Raz, what's your favorite anime? It's a good question. Anyway, my favorite anime is Naruto, obviously. Probably making a rhythm with my voice to not make it sound like I'm droning on. I think the rhythm, you will find the rhythm through editing, through video editing, and I think you will find the rhythm through adding music as well, to be able to punctuate certain sections and certain ideas. That's where you go. That's where you go from here. I don't know that you need a lot of jokes. I mean, I think you are able to incorporate just some witty comments, but I think yeah, I think the first step is sticking with an edit and starting to integrate music to further hammer home your ideas and points. That's my suggestion. But yeah, solid stuff. Solid stuff. Just do the edit. I think you got talent at it. Last video. Where is it, Steve? Is it even on YouTube anymore? Oh, here it is. All right. Oh, fuck. You ready for this, chat?
So by now, most of us have seen the new DLC coming out for Mario Kart 8. If you buy both packs, this includes new characters to race as, new vehicles to drive, and a total of 16 new courses. Sounds like standard DLC practices, nothing too special, until you realize what you're actually getting here. Link is now in Mario Kart along with Isabelle and the villager from Animal Crossing. This is crazy. Go back 5 years and you were probably saying, oh, Nintendo would never add Link, Kirby, Samus, or Captain Falcon to Mario Kart. And for good reason, right? Mario Kart is Mario Kart after all, but yet they did add Link partly because a struggling Nintendo is a creative Nintendo. With the lack of third-party support on the Wii U these days, Nintendo needs to do everything they can to extend the life of their games in order to keep fans tied over. You can't release Mario Kart in May with no other games over the summer until Hyrule Warriors in late September and expect consoles to fly off the shelf. And that's where DLC comes in. We've already seen it with Pikmin 3 last year and Mario Bros. U before that. Even Hyrule Warriors is announced to get DLC, and that game just came out.
And you know what's really cool?
Look at this.
Come here.
Look
you
at this bearded child.
They're doing it right.
Instead of locking content on the disc, Capcom, every ounce of DLC is a completely new addition to the game that wasn't there before, and even if it's something that arguably should have been in the game, it's free, dude. So why not add Link, Kirby, Samus, all the others? People seem to want it, except a lot of people don't want it either. While on one hand, this is really awesome. Add Link, add Samus, add them all. So cool. On the other hand, people want Mario Kart to stay Mario Kart. Where do we draw the line when it comes to what gets in and what doesn't? We already have the characters I mentioned earlier, along with an F-Zero track complete with Blue Falcon, an Animal Crossing track, and a track that seems to be based off of Excite Bike.
So, where is the line?
Why does this look so bad?
And a
You should not have zoomed in on this.
Track that seems to be based off of Excite Bike.
So, where is the line? What characters are appropriate? I may need some help with this one. Hello.
Frank!
We've compiled a quick list
Alright, here's my first critique. It takes 2 minutes and 9 seconds for Frank to be in the video. I think you're wasting your best asset. And also, what's the centering here? Why isn't Frank in the middle? I mean, really the middle of the screen right now is kind of the outlet. You know, it's this space. Frank should be right here, Steve.
Characters we feel deserve some of the spotlight in Mario Kart 8. A quick 6, if you will. Whether they come from the Mario universe or we just want to play as them, here they are.
Frank, your smile at the end here.
Want to play as them, here they are.
You can tell that you fucked that up like 3 times before then, didn't you? He missed it multiple times before.
We feel deserve some of the spotlight in Mario Kart 8. A quick 6, if you will. Whether they come from the Mario universe or we just want to play as them, here they are.
Love it.
You know what really annoys me?
Dude,
when a
it's
franchise
tough.
has a character so awesome that they neglect.
I've still never been on camera. I know I'd be fucking terrible at it. It is a skill that is hard to master. This is such an interesting shot of you two talking to each other.
For years. Cough, Donkey Kong Country. Yeah, that's right. No sell to here. I'm calling you out, Retro. Can you dig it?
King K. Rool is one of my favorite characters and possibly one of my favorite villains of all time. Whether it's his ridiculous costumes in the old games or his crazy antics in the DKC cartoon, yeah, remember that one? He's just awesome. It's just sad to see he's been out of commission for so long. And before you say he isn't part of the Mario universe, he is, since he was playable in that one Mario baseball game that no one played. If Diddy Kong and Funky Kong can join the races, I see no reason as to why.
Alright, I'm sorry. I can't keep watching this. It's too much. But we will watch this.
You'd be surprised just how much a person can change in 2 years.
Yeah, I would never unsub.
That is about as long as I've been making videos here on YouTube. I think when you've been around this long, you start to second guess yourself. Is this even good? Am I even improving? Over the last year or so, I've canned so many projects because I thought they just weren't good enough. I hold myself to this ridiculous standard of quality that is unattainable unless I spend months on a single project. It's unhealthy. Sometimes I look back to old videos and while cringing a bit, I see this sense of innocence that pushed me to continue working without hesitation. This sense of pride that may have been lost in recent times. My most popular video just hit 100,000 views on YouTube, and I don't know if anything I'll ever make in the future will get that far. It's a thought that's haunted me for so fucking long. Every time I rewatch this video, all I can think about is how I could have made it so much better, but at the same time, I see that drive to push my content to the next level. Today, I want to recapture that drive and give that topic the justice it deserves. I think it's about time I said, welcome back to Zebus. Oh my fucking... Man, what absolute fucking cringe. Let me ask you something. Who the fuck actually cares about Metroid 64? I don't give a fucking shit. God damn it. Such a stupid fucking idea. Fucking, you know what? Happy 100 fucking K views. Razbuten. Fucking remake the video. Sucking your fucking mini-maps, bitch.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, Steven? What the hell, bro? I like how people disliked it because they wanted the actual video. All right. Steve, I can't put Frank through it anymore. All right, chat. This has been fun. I have more responses left than I started with, so that's good. But I think we got through a good amount. Ooh, that was loud. I don't know when we'll do the next one. Fire Taco, thanks for the prime. I don't know when we'll do the next one, but I'll let you know. I'll post it on Twitter. Maybe next Tuesday. I think I might try to take a little break from it. You know, take a minute. Anyway, we are going to... It's been streaming for 6 hours and 50 minutes. Alright, we're gonna raid King K. I don't know how long he'll keep going, but he's streaming right now. So go stop by, say hi. It's been fun. We'll do more of these next week. Maybe over the weekend, we'll figure it out. But stop by, say hi to King K, drop a follow, drop a primer if you got one. Just send your kindness, send your love. He's doing a randomizer of Ocarina of Time. But yeah. Yeah, I streamed for 6 hours. Was this? No. I streamed for 5. I started at 2. Anyway, I will see you all on the flip side. And this was fun. Thanks to everyone who submitted, and thanks to all of you for hanging out. I hope you got something enjoyable out of it. See ya. Bye.